Hello and welcome to this live broadcast of the European Challenger Championships in Monaco. As you can see, warm weather and great conditions at the Stade Louis II in Monaco, home of course of the famous Meeting Hercules that's part of the Diamond League International Circuit coming up this year on July the 10th. But first, today's focus, some of the leading lights from Europe's smaller nations. As you can see with this timetable, finals throughout, some seeded into A and B, particularly some of those track events you can see, including into C races as well. So, i.e. we'll see those athletes once, but seeded into different groups, depending on personal bests, and interspersing our way through track to field, and back again all the way through until this evening. So these times in Central European time, finishing of course off with the relays, Swedish relay, medley relay, expecting that to be 100, 200, 300 and 4, similar to how we get at the European Athletics Under-18 Championships. Another upcoming event this year, of course, in Rieti, before the European Athletics Senior Championships in Birmingham in August. And quite a number of athletes, of course, working their way towards that as the high point in the season. But don't forget how important it is to be able to pull on the colours of your international vest when you might have a realistic chance of a medal compared to some other events like the Olympic Games, where a number of athletes who you'll see here today have competed in the past, including in Paris a couple of years ago. So a bit of an opening ceremony to begin proceedings now, and then we'll be underway with the action in a few minutes' time.
Sont en place. Nous allons pouvoir donc procéder au défilé des 18 nations représentées ici pour cette 6e édition des championnats d'Europe des petits États.
So these are some of the officials that are part of today's competition and making sure that it runs smoothly, and yes, huge credit to them. Just warming up there as well in the javelin, so that's going to be the men's final that officially schedules to start in around 12 minutes time. You can see there are live results coming through on the European Athletics website, as well as the site used by the event, app.matsport.com, MAT Sport. The shot put already taking place a little earlier on. In fact, this morning, women's shot put concluded a few hours ago. Stephanie Krumlovsky of Luxembourg, 15:38, shows a new personal best for her, which came in the third round. Second place, Sopiko Shatarishvili of Georgia, 14:66, and Sakina Hajizada of Azerbaijan. So you can see here the flags of including that country I just mentioned, Azerbaijan, coming through. Cyprus expected to be one of the stronger teams, as they always are. Iceland as well, of course, Iceland winning the third division at the European Athletics Team Championships last year. Luxembourg, Moldova, Malta, Montenegro. As you probably guessed by now, they're in alphabetical order. And look at that there, Vatican City. They've got a few athletes here that are officially competing as guests, but are part of the program, which is great to see. I understand that the athletes met with the Pope along with the president of the Association of the Small States of Europe, Frank Carreras, news from Gibraltar. So, yes, they had that meeting with the Pope and a discussion about how more sport can be encouraged. I understand that one of the Vatican competitors here today is actually the president of Vatican Cycling, which a few years ago became the first federation from the Vatican to gain membership of an official major sports world governing body. And we'll see him in the 5,000 meters later on. Emiliano Morbidelli he is.
Allez, on peut applaudir encore les 18 nations représentées pour cette 6e édition des championnats d'Europe des petits États. Et nous allons commencer dans quelques minutes maintenant. Ce sera à 13h15 avec la première compétition, toujours spectaculaire. Ce sera le javelot homme. Avec moi cet après-midi, du côté de la régie, on aura Alexandre Bourrasso qui est coordinateur de l'événement pour la télévision, puisqu'on rappelle que l'ensemble des épreuves seront retransmis en streaming et même plus tard cet après-midi en live sur la télé nationale. Avec moi également sur cette piste, Nicoletta, que vous connaissez bien, c'est la voix anglophone, italophone, hispanophone de la Monaco Run et des événements d'athlétisme en principauté.
Merci Franck. Bonjour à tous. Good morning everybody. So we just had the Monegasque anthem and the opening ceremony with the 18 flags represented.
Well, a moment ago I mentioned the result of the shot put, and of course happening as the first piece of action of the day, Stephanie Krumlovsky there winning by best part of a metre there from Sepiko Shatarishvili of Georgia.
Kind of competition, one we already had some years ago.
We're going to see now the results of the men's shot put, and yeah, another good result for the Georgians, Georgi Mujaridze. 1948, closer this one, ahead of Moldova's Alexander Mazur. Mohamed Ramadani, you can see there in fourth place, one of the Kosovan entrants, a former European Under-20 champion, winner of their first ever gold medal at any level in athletics.
The 400 meters hurdles.
And one of the Vatican competitors there, Paolo Tetto.
Program, enjoy it.
So as the announcer mentioned there, giving a plug for the live stream, officially next piece of competition is in 6 minutes time or 5 minutes time with this javelin. They're just warming up. So expecting to see 4 athletes in this. May indeed get underway early, but We shall wait and see. Sometimes when all the athletes are out there and ready, competition does start a few minutes early, but we'll look there at Amir Papazi of Montenegro. We're just warming up there. 73.91 his personal best. So we'll resume the commentary when the athletes are ready to go here. Oh, you can see here the start list. Giuseppe Tetto of the Vatican, so one of their competitors, I think 5 in total. And then Gesson of Iceland, Papazi, who we saw there, of Montenegro. But the overwhelming favourite, even though javelin can be unpredictable at times, is Adrian Mardare of Moldova. So here are our 4 javelin throwers, looking a bit like they're at the start line of a marathon or a road race.
Représentant la cité du Vatican, Monsieur Giuseppe Tetto.
Giuseppe Tetto representing the Vatican City here, officially as a guest, but great to have them part of proceedings. The 41-year-old with a personal best of 35.64. Alongside him is Goda Atli Gesson of Iceland, 63.69 at best.
Monsieur Amir Papazi.
Amir Papazi is a 3-time Montenegrin national champion in the red vest there.
La Moldavie. Monsieur Adrian Mardare.
And Adrian Mardare of Moldova. Hasn't competed yet this year, but has been well over 80 meters a number of times in his career. 86.66, his national record, set in Split 5 years ago. There we go, Javelot on. Men's javelin about to get underway. You're watching live coverage then throughout the day into the evening, with the relays finishing off the competition of the European Challenger Championships in Monaco. So really delighted, in fact, that we can have airtime for some of these smaller nations that sometimes we only get a brief glimpse of at the major championships. Oh, no disrespect to anybody, that's because sometimes people don't make the finals. but here they have an opportunity of winning the competition and making it one of their greatest achievements, such as, I'm sure, at the European Athletics Championships in Birmingham later this summer, we will mention athlete victories at events like this, and the Games of the Small States of Europe as well. The wider multi-sport event, which, by the way, is taking place in Monaco next year. So this championships is preparation for that as well. So as I understand it, you'll either have this event or that event, and taking place depending on the year. That's a biennial event, the multi-sport one, so took place last year and will do so again next year. So Giuseppe Tetto is going to get us underway here. So just to take part and pull on the Vatican City vest. That's a bit of a collector's item, isn't it? Certainly hard to miss with the almost fluorescent yellow. With footwear to match. Atletico Vaticana. I think it says on his back. .36.28, well, showing as a personal best, having been 35.64. So a great way to open up for the 41-year-old.
Donc si comme moi vous êtes à 13h17, et bien c'est dans 8 minutes tout simplement pour le début du saut en longueur. Saut en longueur, homme.
So guests on of Iceland.
Et ça se passe de l'autre côté de cette
Well, really, there are 10 metres and more between these personal bests of these four athletes. So we're seeing what they can do best individually, because Madare, you'd think he'd be in a slightly different postcode, unless he's not having his best day. Applause going now for Amir Papazi, the three-time Montenegrin national champion, with that personal best of 73.91. Guesson in the lead with 53.39. .67.46 for Papazi. So his personal best, by the way, also a national record set in Zagreb, capital city of Croatia, last year. You can see the hurdles are out for 400-meter hurdlers who'll come out in a moment. Mardare in the first round, looking pretty leisurely there, not fully attacking that runway. He feels he doesn't need to. He's also got that strapping on his shoulder just supporting him there, but yeah, as we know, javelin throwers can often be a series of injuries held together by ligaments. Explosive nature of the discipline on the body, particularly that shoulder and elbow. .68.54. So in the lead by a metre, but at the moment that is something that is a lead that Papazzi, you think it would be within his reach? Should remember as well that this is Mardare's season opener. Well, the next field event, getting underway in a few minutes, will be the women's long jump. You can see a couple of Maltese athletes in this among the strongest. Philippa Fotopoulou of Cyprus, though, is the athlete with the furthest personal best. Rebecca Sarah in Malta, Greta San Martini of San Marino alongside her. This is Christelle Sané, representing Monaco here. Perle Soumi of San Marino. From Montenegro, it's Angela Drobniak. In the Armenia vest, Sofia Javakayan. Iceland do tend to be quite strong in the throws events, certainly at the European Team Championships third league last year. They were in first place in the women's javelin. This is Isolde Saivas-Dottir. As is Hjalmsdottir, a long time top Icelandic representative in major championships in the women's javelin. Senchiv of Moldova. Michaela Patch of Malta. This is Mari Jaganidze in the Georgia vest. And then with the shades on, Philippa Fotopoulou of Cyprus. The 29-year-old, of course, competing alongside her sister Olivia, as we often see, not least at the European Athletics Team Championships. And together they actually set the 4x100 metres national record 10 years ago now at the European Championships in Amsterdam, alongside perhaps the greatest Cypriot sprinter of all time, Eleni Artimata. Fotopoulou with a personal best of 6:79. That came in Athens 4 years ago, but yeah, 6:79. If you can do that sort of distance consistently, then that will help you make major finals at the very least. Interestingly, the next best personal best in the field is Michaela Patch, who won the European Athletics Team Championships third league in Maribor, Slovenia, where we were last year. 6:48 for her in North Carolina. So yeah, right across Europe, lots of athletes out in the States. So we look at guests on here. He attacked that one a little harder this time. Just trying to get a good glimpse of the cone markers in the field there. 65.35 for that second round effort. So suddenly this is looking rather more close than we expected compared to the personal best on paper. Papazzi also attacks that one high javelin. Goes up and crashes down there. So already with 67.46 in second place. building up speed, withdraws that throwing arm, pushes all the way through the implement, and then blocks to come to a stop. So that line in the field then must be 65 metres, which he's just over. No improvement though. So Adrian Maldare of Moldova, 68.54. Should be seeing him next in the throwing order. Papazi, 67.46. Gaston, 65.35. Teto, 36.28. Looking at the lineup for the first of the women's 400 metre hurdles races, the faster athletes to go after them.
Allez, se prépare au départ, Perle Soumi-Courme.
Five athletes in this using lanes 3 to 7. So, first piece of track action here, that's Sofia Bucci on the outside there. Both of the Samarinese athletes going in this. Yana Herreros of Andorra just next to her. First piece of long jumping that we're seeing here. Pearl Sumil of San Marino. So, just a couple of athletes with valid measurements so far. Rebecca Sade of Malta, 5.46 in the first round. Looks like they're ready to go on the track. So, Avril Sunignac Bare of San Marino, the 19-year-old and holder actually of their 60 metre hurdles national record. Then Anastasia Sherry, Maltese international, 66.22 at best. Herreros, about a second faster than that, was 65.21. Alongside her, Zeda Patch, a master's student who made her international debut at the Games of the Small States of Europe last year and then represented her country at the European Team Championships 3rd Division in Maribor. No relation to Raquela or Jordan Pacer, we'll see later. And then Sofia Bucci on the outside competed in an interesting combination of 400 metres, 4x400 metre relay and shot put at the European Team Championships last year. Her personal best 67.15 set in Parma a couple of weeks ago. Obviously most of the San Marino athletes do the majority of their competition in Italy.
Les athlètes sont à présent placés derrière les starting blocks. Attention au départ de cette première course.
One of the benefits of having more than 8 athletes across the whole discipline, of course, is that you can split into 2 races and no one has to have the tight inside line necessarily, or the outside running blind, although some athletes do seem to thrive when being given an outside lane. So Sulignac Bare, Sherry, Herreros, Patch and Bucci. Final B of the women's 400 metres hurdles. And Sherry had some fortune there. She was in the shade in the blocks. Warm conditions here in Monaco. Her Maltese teammate Parch looks like she's having the best of things so far. Motoring nicely down this back straight in the red and white of Malta. Had a bit of a breakthrough year last season. As mentioned, you can also see Avril Sulignac-Barré, the teenager from San Marino, making up ground on the inside. So it's going to be quite close coming into this home straight, but Avril Sulignac-Barré of San Marino trying to clear these barriers effectively, and that was Herreros, did well to stay on her feet there. Must have had her heart in her mouth. Sulignac-Barré of San Marino looking quite comfortable in the end, strongest of all down the home straight, 63.46, and looks to be a personal best by nearly 1.5 seconds. Well, we quite often see decent chunks taken off athletes' times in the 400 hurdles, particularly for a young, developing athlete like Sulignac-Barré, who's 19 years of age. Obviously, athletes moving up through that youth age group from the 300-metre hurdles, and that's obviously an event that's run at senior level now too. But particularly strong in the second half of the race, you'd have to say. And she did have the innermost lane as well, the tightest line to some degree. So result comes up nice and quickly. You can see that it's also personal best and showing as a national record for Malta for Sherry behind as well. And personal best for Zoda Parch. And this is Raquel Parch, again no relation in the long jump. So still in the early stage of this long jump, just confirming then that Maltese record had been held since 2019. So just under 7 years, held by Marilyn Gresh, set at the European Team Championships in Varaždin, Croatia in 2019. 64.72. This is Jagniza, one of the athletes who could potentially challenge here in the long jump. Well, that had been challenged the favourite Filippa Fotopoulou. 6.42, the personal best of the Georgian. Won her national indoor title. That was actually her first gold medal at national level. National senior level anyway, with that personal best. So perhaps one of the more informed athletes this year. You can see she's running into some wind there, but does lead 5.91 in the opening round. Like the Montenegrin there, Angela Drobnjak. She's in third place, 5.47. Fotopoulou driving hard down this runway. See, wind doesn't look too strong. Minus 1.1 a moment to go. To wait and see whether that was a valid jump. Looked like her foot may have been just over there. Yes, indeed, it was a foul. Well, we're going to have the A race of the women's 400 hurdles in a moment's time. As you can see, a couple of athletes that certainly stand out, sub 60 seconds. Bergi of Moldova and Calypso Stavru of Cyprus.
Au départ, la finale A du 400 mètres est féminin. Au couloir numéro 3 représentant l'Albanie.
On the third track representing Albania.
Lidia Topi. Couloir numéro 4 représentant Chypre.
On the fourth track representing Cyprus.
Calypso Stavru. Au couloir numéro 5 représentant la principauté d'Andorre.
On the fifth track representing Honduras.
Awa Garbalo.
So athletes being introduced here. Let's have a look at this lineup. Just so you know, a glimpse of with the graphic. Livia Topi goes on the inside, 62 seconds at best. A personal best came at last year's European Team Championships third division that we're, I'm sure, be mentioning plenty through the afternoon.
On the seventh track representing Moldavia.
Calypso Stavru alongside her then. 5 times Cypriot champion, all in the 400 metre hurdles. And also a 4x400 metres national record holder. And that record was set at the Games of the Small States of Europe last year in Andorra. And we'll see some more of that contingent later on. Aroa Carballo of Andorra alongside her. Made a 2-second improvement this year. Marie-Charlotte Gasto of Monaco holds 5 senior national records. And Anna Bergi of Moldova, the 33-year-old, 20 times national champion across 60 metres, 200 metres, 400 metres, the shorter 100 hurdles, and this event as well. Personal best goes back 10 years, so interesting to see what sort of form she might be in. Gasto going well in the red, so her PB of 60.13 set in Sergi Pontoise last year. So she has 5 national records, if you include indoors as well. It's close between those two, as well as Calypso Stavru. So she's trying to do what Avril Sulignat-Barre did a moment ago, and push through in the second half of the race down this home straight, doing that nicely. Little stuff into that final barrier, but got a nice buffer zone here. Gasto is the one just tiring a little bit, allowing Bergi with a strong finish to come past. Stavro, Bergi, Gasto, the top 3. 59-51. Well, Cyprus at the Games of the Small States of Europe, obviously a multi-sport biennial competition, but in some ways the equivalent competition last year between these same nations. Cyprus finishing on top with 108 medals, including 36 golds. And they've got one here. The championships of the Small States of Europe, so what I understand to be the forerunner this competition, now under the name European Challenger Championships. Iceland ending up on top in the medal table. Cyprus second and Malta third. So, Stavru officially 59.47, well clear of Bergi and Gasto. That's a strong result there in third place for the Monegasque athlete. And the last time these exact championships were held, but I was just saying in 2024, Monaco got 2 silver medals. So out of their third place, their top 3 finishings, they got 2 silvers. Mardare in the javelin, so looks like that is the 65-meter line that we're seeing hit again. Papazzi, since last time we looked, he's now leading with 70 meters and 7 centimeters from Mardare. This is his season opener, and he may be carrying something in his shoulder that he's just nursing a little bit. 68.54 for second place, and Guesson 65.35. Yes, have heard it with javelin throwers. Sometimes when you feel that injury, sometimes overnight you can just lose 10 meters and be nursing a pain.
Allez, chers amis, les compétitions s'enchaînent puisque nous allons maintenant passer à la présentation des athlètes du saut en hauteur. Avec le dossard numéro 1, représentant l'Islande.
Representing Iceland.
We'll have a look at the lineup then for the men's high jump. 5 athletes, as you can see. 2 on the right from Luxembourg. 1 from North Macedonia, Brian Avia. 18 years of age, but has 6 national titles already to his name. Simone Piva of San Marino. And Hjalmar Wilhelm Runason of Iceland.
Pour le Luxembourg, dossard numéro 4.
Representing Luxembourg.
Gilles Joly. Et enfin, dossard numéro 5, représentant le Luxembourg.
So 2 field events already going. And this one about to start. Till Joly, the younger of the Luxembourg athletes. This is his teammate Charles Gaspard, who should be the favourite here. 2:13 at best. That came in 2019. The 34-year-old and 9 times Luxembourg champion.
On va passer au départ des 400 mètres et masculin à 13h45.
This looks like Alsane in the Monaco vest. They've just had that 3rd place in the 400 hurdles if you just joined us. 5:41 showing as a national record there in the 2nd round. Well, she's a multimedia journalist and illustrator who's worked for World Athletics for a few years, and that would be a reason for being based in Monaco, of course. I know she's of Lebanese origin, so putting on the Monaco vest here and representing on home soil, and it looks like a national record there. Within her reach though, because her personal best 5:87 showing here on the start list. Well, it's all happening here. Javelin, long jump, high jump and 400-meter hurdles continuing with the men's event. Again, B and then A final. It's showing here that Andrea Ercolani-Volta of San Marino is a DNS, does not start. So it means just the 3 athletes involved here in this B race. 2 of them from Monaco and 1 of them from Armenia.
Au couloir numéro 4, représentant la principauté de Monaco.
On the fourth track representing Monaco.
Axel Rémy.
This is Axel Remy of Monaco, 56.49 personal best.
Dans la principauté de Monaco.
On the fifth track representing Monaco.
José Manuel Gaston.
And José Manuel Gaston,
Au couloir numéro 6.
55.02 at best, and then Adam Aramian, 56.08.
Armenia.
Aramian.
So Gaston has represented Monaco as well at the European Youth Olympic Festival. His personal best is also the national record set last year in Avignon.
Sur les 400 mètres haies, messieurs, sous les ordres du starter.
And confirming then Ercolani-Volta not there in lane 7. Well, we saw a personal best for the winner of the B final of the women's race. These three athletes cheered and away nicely. Small field at least gives us the chance to really keep an eye on everything that's happening in the race at the same time. And you can see here, Jose Manuel Gaston, 55.02 as best as mentioned. Looking strong here down the back straight into this top bend. Lots of speed between the hurdles, moving cleanly. Remy in second place, with Aramian battling him. And looks like Gaston is going to have it all his own way. Again, terrific running in between the hurdles, just moving really nicely here. He can afford to ease up a little bit, but he's pushing all the way till the line. You can see Aramian comes through for second place, 55.46. So it looks like a season's best here for the Monegasque athletes. Wins by more than 2.5 seconds there from Aramian of Armenia. So maintained his form really well did Gaston in the second half of the race. Well, I know that the three Parch athletes from Malta aren't related. I wonder if Gaston, Jose Manuel and Marie Charlotte, who we saw earlier, are indeed related.
Dans quelques secondes maintenant, le temps que les athlètes se mettent en place pour la présentation des athlètes. À la côté de la longueur également, alors on vous signale que vous pouvez bien sûr suivre l'ensemble de tous les résultats en live.
So next track action, will be the 100 meters. Starting off with the three women's races. First of which in just over 15 minutes time. Papazi leading the javelin, one of four athletes here. Obviously the rounds got through them very quickly, and I believe we're in the final round now already. The competition that got underway just over half an hour ago. So Papazi 70 meters and 7, Mardare 68.54, Gesson 65.35, and Teto 36.28. In the women's long jump, Philippa Fotopoulou now leading in the second round, 6:31. Then Anastasia Senchiv of Moldova, 5:91. Same mark as Mari Dzeganidze of Georgia. Rakela Parch in fourth. Malta 5:78, 5:66 for fifth. Isolde Sævarsdottir. Elsane of Monaco showing up with that 5:41 national record in the second round. Now moving on to the third. So driving hard down this runway for Monaco. And a sultra-based trick is that with the sand. I've not seen that one before, I have to say. But she is someone who does social media for a living, I believe, or helps out with it, so would know what to do from that perspective, to be a little bit creative. 5:41 so far in the second round, just waiting for this third round measurement to come up. 5:36 there, and you can see again into a wind. Fontopulu a little bit of a class above the field so far. You're watching live coverage then of the European Challenger Championships in Monaco. Elsane competing for the home team here at the Stade Louis II. Pearl Soumil of San Marino on this runway now. Going to see perhaps the biggest star of San Marino athletics a little later. Fairly shortly, in fact, Alessandra Gasparelli, the Olympian and 100 and 200 and now 400 metre national record holder. Appears now at pretty much every major championship. Sometimes as the lone San Marino competitor. A few athletes who are used to that sort of situation that are here today. 491 there for Soumil. The A race of the men's 400 metre hurdles coming up next.
On the sixth track, representing the
So we're seeing the third of the patch athletes, none of whom related, but Zayda and Jordan training with the same club, Rush Athletics Club. So of course, if you went with us a few minutes ago, Calypso Stavru with the first gold medal on the track for Cyprus. With 400 hurdles victory there. 59.47 the time. So Theodosis Angeli on the inside for Cyprus. David Friedrich alongside him. Personal best at the European Under-23s in Bergen last year. Jordan Patch, 21-year-old who set a new national record in master on home soil recently, 52.81. Jovan Stoyovski and then Anastasios Vassileiou, North Macedonia and Cyprus respectively on the outside. So Stoyovski's gone off well. Another multi-talented athlete. He was at the Tokyo Olympics for North Macedonia. 6th place at the European Under-23 Championships pre-pandemic. That was over 400 metre flat. And he's now set national records over 200 indoors and out, 300, 400 hurdles, and part of both relays as well. So Stoyovski out front here, Patch fighting, as is Friedrich. And so too Vassileiou on the outside. So Friedrich now coming through very strongly down this home straight. Stoyovski just fading here, but still coming is Vassileiou behind Friedrich. 53.52 on the clock. It was always going to be close because Friedrich and Stoyovski had exactly the same personal best, 52.33. Quite a few athletes, all around that mid 52 to mid 53 range. It was a good battle as we hoped it would be. Friedrich, though, as we were talking about, that strength down the home straight. She's been round the lap and made it way over these barriers. He still had something. Vasileu coming on the outside here. He was beginning to tie there as well, the 4-time Cypriot champion. Well, Luxembourg, without the likes of Patricia van der Weken, not as strong as they otherwise would be, but of course she is very much world class these days. And Luxembourg still have a strong team. Maybe you feel Cyprus are more near full strength. Iceland, I don't think, are at full strength either. So, yeah, Cyprus do appear to be narrow favourites, I would say, overall. But we just have to wait and see how things pan out.
Allez, chers amis, en attendant l'officialisation des autres résultats et la présentation des athlètes pour le temps attendu début de la compétition de saut à la perche. On va commencer avec les dames du côté du saut à la perche. Eh bien, on peut déjà vous annoncer les résultats pour la compétition de javelot.
Well, this appears to be the final javelin result, a win there for Papazi. Maldade the favourite, but that is a bit of an upset, even though Maldade, his first competition of the season, and may have had a bit of a shoulder injury that he was just nursing. Papazi with a fantastic result there. Maldade, visibly, I think you could tell that he was a little bit disappointed and underwhelmed by his own distance. Yes, just going back to what I was saying earlier, Cyprus, as well as the overall multi-sport competition last year in Andorra, they won the athletics competition with 11 gold medals. Calypso Stavru in the 400 hurdles. On the women's side, giving them one so far. Incidentally, Andorra, as the host nation last time around, were actually second in the overall table, which is decent for them. Again, they've got Nahuel Carabanya, who's quite a few championships now, particularly at European level. Made history for them. More on that later. That's the winning throw then in the end from Amir Papazi in the red vest of Montenegro. So his compatriot is another one of the biggest names here, Marija Vukovic, who we'll see before too long in the women's high jump. Actually commentating on her one of these European Athletics live streams the other day in Rehlingen when she won the competition. Michaela Patch in the long jump. So last time we looked, Philippa Fotopoulou was leading. That's still the case here. So Raquel Patch finds herself in 4th place. 591 needed for the top 3. And just tries to hang in the air for as long as possible. As you can see though, the red flag unfortunately raised. Well, it looked like we cut to a shot of the red flag being raised, but perhaps that was a replay and then juxtaposed with live action. Either way, in the 3rd round, Raquel Patch, who we just saw jump there, has jumped 591, and that means that she is now in 3rd place on countback, 2nd best efforts, of course, coming into play. And Jagnica has had just one valid attempt, so that's why the change. Women's pole vault underway. This is Martina Muracini of San Marino. Just the 3 athletes, it looks like, in the pole vault. Muracini, personal best 360. Sanagrio 370 and Gianna Pantelli 4 meters and 5. So the latter two there representing Malta and Cyprus respectively. So javelin and all 4 of the 400 hurdles races now concluded. Next action on the track, 100 meters. Another of our Vatican City quintet. Giulia Pierantozzi. The group meeting with the Pope on Wednesday ahead of these championships in Monaco. There the athletes pretty much all in the shade there, waiting for this to start. So the A final, certainly not one to miss. I think perhaps a little stronger on the women's side indeed as well, as it does feature Alessandra Gasparelli of San Marino, 11:42 at best. Certainly one of the more recognisable names if you've watched European Championships, European age group level as well over the last few seasons. At the same time as Gasparelli's been coming through, you've also had Francesca Sansovini on the men's side, who we'll see in a few moments' time in the men's 100 metres. This particular lineup, as you can see there, Pierantozzi in the bright yellow of the Vatican City in lane 2. Alongside her is Mariana Bagyan, reigning Armenian 100 metre silver medalist. Then you've got Melissa Dimitrievski of North Macedonia, Nomikola of San Marino, and then Medina Kutleshi of Kosovo. So while the athletes are not quite going just yet, we can have a look at Muracini again in the pole vault 320. Does make it over this time. Oh no! Goodness me, well it looked like the bar had stayed up there for sure.
On the second track representing Vatican.
Giulia Pierantozzi. Au couloir numéro 3, représentant l'Arménie.
And Muracini looking confused as anyone there, as well she might.
Mariana Bagyan. Au couloir numéro 4, représentant la Macédoine du Nord.
On the fourth track,
Melissa Dimitrievski. Au couloir numéro 5, représentant Saint-Marin.
on the fifth track representing Saint Mary.
Well, we mentioned the names of all these athletes. I think the one to watch out here for is Bagyan, personal best 12:01,
Numéro 6,
faster on paper by 4/10
On the sixth track representing
than
Kosovo.
other athletes here.
Kutleshi. Les athlètes sont à
And the
présent
season's
placés
best, it's rather closer, as you can see, both 12:4 for Bagyan and Dimitrovsky. Well, this competition rather similar to European Team Championships, the same nations battling against each other for every point. On that occasion, and then here of course going for medals and positions in the overall table by the end of things. Let's see what they can do here in this sea race.
Set.
So Bagyan just being overtaken by Dimitrievski. What a fantastic run this is, Dimitrievski.
Dimitrievski
from Kutleshi, it looked like, on the outside. 12:34, a new personal best. I said she was more the athlete in form. 12:31 officially there from Kutleshi by more than 0.3 of a second. Well, Vagan got a good start, but the athlete from North Macedonia, famous Sun flag, really strong all the way to the end of the race, clearly going for the fastest time possible, not just the victory. Next target for her will be to try and lower that time again and see how close she can get to breaking 12 seconds. And good to see Giulia Pigliantozzi involved there. 15:06 for her in 5th place. El Sane for Monaco. Trying to build more momentum in this competition. Clearly just enjoying performing out there. 5:41 in the second round, showing as that national record. Well, I believe that record was held by Karine Cresto at 5:35, set in Innsbruck, Austria in 1993. So, what's that? 33 years, almost 33 years next Sunday, I believe. And now 5:41 El Sane. I believe that will be eligible to stand. Watching here, Brian Avia. In the high jump. Brian Avia of North Macedonia over at 195, 2 failures at 2 meters.
On vous rappelle la suite de cet après-midi, ce sera bien tout de suite la compétition.
Sanagria over 340 in the vault. Just catching up with a long jump then, what we just saw. A new national record, even further, for El Sane of Monaco, 5:57. Women's 100 meter B race coming up next.
Au départ, la finale B du 100 mètres féminin. Au couloir numéro 2 représentant le Luxembourg. Sofia Schach. Au couloir numéro 3 représentant la Géorgie.
On the third track representing Georgia.
So women's 100 meter B race here. Sofia Schach of Luxembourg on the inside, alongside her Lika Karshilova, who was an Olympian in Paris a couple of years ago, one of 28 Georgians who went to those games. Camille Geng, who has 60 and 200 meter PBs this year, of 7:65 and 24:93 respectively. Anna Mamatsashvili of Georgia, their indoor champion, 60 and 200 meters this year. Alongside her, Anastasia Seferian from Moldova, and Celestine Lung of Monaco in lane 7. So 6 athletes in this one. Obviously Camille Gang deputising for Patricia van der Weyken, but still may well be the favourite in this B final with the A to come. Gang with a personal best of 12:07 set 2 years ago on home soil for her. And some of the smaller nations, indeed like Luxembourg, very good at giving opportunities to younger athletes, and that includes even some of the youngest within the European under-20s and under-23s, all the way down to under-18s as well. I do sometimes see athletes as young as 15 at the European Team Championships too. So Shak, Kashilova, Gang, Mamatsashvili, Siferi and Long. So Gang got away very nicely and just about shedding things from Lung at the moment in the red vest of Monaco. Starting to come through quite strongly now, Lung, although just fading and pulling up injured there, allowing Shak to come through. 12:27, quite a lot of drama within that race. And that is right on the personal best at 12:26 of Sophia Shak, who's beaten faster athletes, I say faster, but only around the 10th of a second. Still very impressive. 12:24 on the clock. Kashilova and Gang second and third. So Sophia Shak, winner of the B final here. Lung had been leading for Monaco. Let's have another look at her race. This won't be too painful a watch, but looked like it may have been for her. She's going really strongly at this point. Just begins to feel the pain. Hopefully she'll get some attention from the medical team. Sorry to see that. Sophia Shak, the victor, personal best 12:24. Don't forget, A final still to come.
On profite pour saluer également l'excellence du travail des équipes de secours, avec notamment le kiné Monsieur Quentin Leguet, l'ensemble des équipes de la Croix-Rouge monégasque, et puis on va souhaiter le tout meilleur pour la jeune athlète monégasque Célestine Lung, qui vient d'en finir avec ce 100 mètres difficilement, hein, vous l'avez compris.
Well, very much looking forward to this women's A final then, headlined by Alessandra Gasparelli. But as we've seen so far today, just because you're the favourite on paper doesn't mean you'll play out as the victor. But this would absolutely be one place where San Marino would imagine a gold medal would come from. And they don't have too many opportunities as good as this to do so. So, yeah, something unusual to see. A bit of pressure on Alessandra Gasparelli. She's been to all the major championships now, but quite often is just there to see if she can progress through the rounds. She's 21 years of age now. Personal best then had been 11:50 set at the European Team Championships last year in Maribor. And so quite often produces something on the big stage, and is now 11:42 her PB, set in Marsa in Malta on the 9th of May. She was in the heats of the World Industrial Championships in Turin as well. But one of the competitors could be Hafladottir, certainly a rising athlete. Got her first Icelandic title with the 60 metres indoor this year. Gasparelli alongside. Then Lamia Valieva, 11.62 at best, 23 times Azerbaijani champion. Claire Azzopardi, who's a great long jumper. Next alongside, you can see there her younger teammate, the 18-year-old Tia Parnis, third at the Games of the Small States of Europe last year. And then you've got Phoebe Mustafarai on the outside, 12.07, but her personal best. But I think from her point of view, given that she's got the same PB as Camille Geng, who is in the B final, she'll be pleased to be in a nice fast race, potentially seeded this way, the way things have fallen. An opportunity to get a PB and maybe break 12 seconds for the first time. So Sophia Schack, 12.24. I'm sure the athletes will comfortably be beating that time here. But it still does effectively sit as the marker for them to try and do so. So Hafladottir, Gasparelli, Valieva, Azzopardi, Parnis and Mustafarai. Iceland, San Marino, Azerbaijan, Malta and Albania represented. And Gasparelli not the best start compared to Valieva, with real work to do now. Hafladottir leading the way. Is Gasparelli going to come through for San Marino? She does so now, late in the race. 11.84 on the clock. Gasparelli, reminiscent of the Dina Asher-Smith performance in Rome 2024, questioning what was that. At least that seemed to be the body language there. Gasparelli, who will be in the 200 metres as well. Maybe just making sure that she's saving a little bit, but had to work really hard to come through. At the very least, though, she did show her quality in being able to do so.
Pour la troisième place, là aussi, c'est particulièrement serré. La lecture de la photo qui est compliquée tant les demoiselles sont arrivées quasiment sur une même ligne. Et on a une deuxième place, du coup, 11 secondes 91, visiblement dans le même millième.
So gold for Gasparelli then. 11.81 the official time. A tenth of a second ahead of Hafladottir. Very close there with Valieva. Looks like they've been given exactly the same time. Can't be separated down to thousandths of a second being the protocol. Gasparelli was second over 100 metres and 200 metres behind Olivia Fotopoulou of Cyprus, not competing there in the 100 metres. Iceland have often been strong in the women's sprint as well. But again, not with their full strength team here. Gasparelli taking full advantage. Brian Avia at 2.04. Well, he has the personal best at 2.06. We'd seen his second time failure at 2 metres. Clearly a moment after that he was able to make it over and stay in the competition. All credit to him for doing so. At the moment, Till Joly of Luxembourg, his compatriot Cheryl Gaspar, Brian Avia all over at 2 metres. Women's long jump, Sævarsdóttir of Iceland then in 5th place with 5.80.
Allez, chers amis,
Fotopulo, as you can see, they're still leading 6:48. Chagnidze 6 meters.
les récompenses vont être remises des mains de Monsieur Frédéric Chocard, directeur général de la Fédération monégasque d'athlétisme.
The medals will be presented by Mr. Frédéric Chogard, President of the Monaco Athletics Federation.
En troisième position, médaille de bronze,
Bronze medalists.
Madame Marie-Charlotte Gaston, représentant Monaco.
Representing Monaco.
En seconde position, médaille d'argent, représentant la Moldavie,
Silver medalist. Representing Moldova.
Anna Rémy.
So as you can see, medal ceremony for women's 400 hurdles. Anna Bergi
Et enfin, médaille
with the
d'or,
silver, Gaston with the bronze just before that, and here Calypso Stavru of Cyprus getting the gold.
Madame Calypso Stavru. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national de Chypre.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Cyprus.
On va bien sûr vous demander de rester en place, monsieur Dorguet. Nous sommes maintenant, nous allons procéder aux remises des récompenses pour le podium des 400 mètres et masculin.
Till Jolly out of the competition, third time failure, 2:04 for the Luxembourg man. Gaspar still has one attempt to go. Rainer Villa out of the competition as well at the same height. So I think that means Gaspar's won the competition. Only athlete left still jumping, I believe. Senchiv in third, 5.96 so far in the long jump. This in the fifth round. Fotopoulou 6.48. Chagnidze 6 meters. Senchiv 5.96. And briefly earlier, Raquel Parchabin in third place. She's improved to 5.94, but is now one place lower than she had been in fourth. Isolde Saivas-Dottir fifth, 5.80. El Sane 5.57.
Representing North Macedonia.
Monsieur Jovan Stokowski. En deuxième position, médaillé d'argent, représentant Chypre.
Silver medalist, representing Cyprus.
Anastasios Vassiliou. Enfin, en première position, représentant le Luxembourg.
Gold medalist representing Luxembourg.
Médaille d'or, David Fenich.
Medals ceremony of the men's 400 metres hurdles. David Friedrich, goal for Luxembourg, 53.47 from Anastasios Vassileos, Cyprus, 53.59, and Jovan Stoyovski, North Macedonia, 53.80 for bronze.
Trois finales, pardon, bien sûr. Tout d'abord, veuillez vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national du Luxembourg.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
So the national anthem for Luxembourg next.
of Luxembourg. Au départ, la finale C du 100 mètres messieurs. Au couloir numéro 2, représentant Gibraltar, Sean Penalver. Au couloir numéro 3, représentant le Kosovo,
On the third track, representing Kosovo.
John Miracan. Au couloir numéro 4, représentant la principauté de Monaco,
On the fourth track, representing Monaco.
Théo Potin. Au couloir numéro 5, représentant Gibraltar,
On the fifth track, representing Gibraltar.
Pao Funes Park. Couloir numéro 6, représentant la principauté de Monaco,
On the sixth track, representing Monaco.
Maxime Conel. Couloir numéro 7, représentant l'Islande,
On the seventh track, representing Iceland.
Well, we've seen Alessandro Gasparelli win the women's 100 metre A race for San Marino and win it the gold medal just a moment ago. And now we're moving on, as you can see, to the men's 100 metres. We have Sam Penalver, Gibraltar, Dion Binakai of Kosovo, Teo Botta of Monaco, Paul Funes-Fort of Gibraltar, Maxime Konen of Monaco, Arna Logi Brynjarsson of Iceland, and Dylan Ben Ahmed of Andorra. So he goes in the navy vest on the outside lane 8. So this one of the busier races, certainly. Ben Ahmed, the 22-year-old Andorran champion last year for his first national title. And Brynjarsson, also one to watch. Helped Iceland get promoted at the European Team Championships last year from the 3rd Division. Part of the relay winning quartet there. So best start perhaps coming from Konen, and also going well then is Botin. But now the two coming through strongly, as we thought on the outside. Brynjarsson leading Ben Ahmed, 11:01.
Représentant de l'Islande, Arnaudoli Brynjarsson, crédité jusqu'ici d'un chrono en 10 secondes 88, c'était son record.
10:98 officially. That will please him a little bit more. Only 100th of a second between them in the end. And then Binakai, 11:29. Botin, who got a good start for Monaco, in 4th place. This is just the C race, 2 more to come.
Et à la 3e place, le représentant Kosovo, Claude Villacage, 11 secondes 29.
There you go, athletes still running into that wind. 10:98 the victory there for Brynjarsson in the C race.
De la principauté d'Andorre, coureur numéro 8, et le vainqueur de cette manche, c'est notre ami islandais. Le temps simplement de mettre en place les différents athlètes.
Pantelli, favourite in the pole vault here, but struggling at 3:95 first attempt.
Je pense, Franck, que tu ne contrediras pas, tu es très chaud sur la piste du Stade Louis II. Évidemment, pensez autant que possible à vous hydrater et à protéger votre corps des rayons UV qui sont très importants.
Chanel Gaspar had already won the competition over at 2:04 to rubber stamp it, though. Was already leading, but the only athlete to clear at this particular height. The experienced man from Luxembourg in the high jump.
C'est important de s'hydrater tout simplement. Il fait beau et il fait chaud ici en principauté de Monaco. On en discutait ce matin avec certains athlètes qui n'ont pas.
We're going into the final round of the women's long jump shortly. Still as you were for the top 3.
Effectivement, chez nous c'est déjà l'été. On parlait avec les athlètes notamment évidemment islandais. On disait chez nous c'est encore l'hiver. On arrive ici et c'est déjà l'été tout simplement. Ça en dit long sur aussi l'adaptation nécessaire à certains athlètes pour venir performer ici à Monaco, suivant les pays européens desquels ils proviennent. Ça rentre effectivement en ligne de compte. Allez, quelques secondes maintenant avant
So Chanel Gaspar, I believe the bar now at 2:08.
de cette finale B du 100 mètres.
Trying to get some applause going then. A man who won the Games of the Small States of Europe by clearing 2:08 last year. Or at least that was the highest that he'd achieved. He's also cleared this bar already so far this year. Gaspar looks raring to go here. This controlled curved acceleration takes off, brings the bar down. At the second time of asking them at 2:08, so must have been one attempt that we didn't see. Only athlete left in the competition and guaranteed as the victor, following up what David Friedrich did in the men's 400-metre hurdles a few moments ago. Looks like the athletes are out for the B race of the men's 100 metres. Luxembourg have a chance to do well here. You can see, better known as the long jumper, Andras Trajkovski in this for Macedonia. Winning time just a moment ago, 10:98 for Brynjarsson of Iceland. His teammate is Kolbein Hodo Gunnarsson. Also, another athlete who has achieved national records. Samuel Gevorgyan alongside him, the Armenian 200-meter champion. Leandro Kardaku of Albania, 10.81 at best. This is Alan Mihano, 10.85 this year. And then Tchaikovsky, 8th of the European indoors in the long jump last year in Apeldoorn, and 12th at the World Indoor Championships in Glasgow a couple of years ago. David Voilig, another Lux. Up to 10.8 range. 10.98 the target time to beat. Onion Marsenic of Montenegro. A man who got to 10 national titles by the age of 21. Personal best 10.80 from a couple of years ago. Francesco Molinari, not the golfer, but the sprinter here. So set a new national record. The 4x100 metres victory last year at the Games of the Small States of Europe. 40.99. His individual PB 10.69. And that completes the lineup. Sansevini, his compatriot, going in the A final. He'll surely be one of the contenders there. So, all set for the B race of the men's 100. Gunnarsson, Gevorgyan, Kardaku, Yehano, Tchaikovsky, Voilig, Marsenic and Molinari. For San Marino on the outside in 8. So decent getaway there from Yehano, but doing better is his teammate Voilig, with Gunnarsson also challenging on the inside here. It's going to be Voilig from Gunnarsson, it looks like. 10.75 on the clock. So Voilig, it was after that sort of initial 20 metres, really drove away hard and had the pace down the home straight. Showing as well as the personal best, had been 10.77 I believe. Some of the data is a little bit difficult just because some of the competitions that athletes setting their personal best, not making their World Athletics profiles or has been done recently. Some of the more obscure competitions, so we say. So men's A race to come in the 100 metres. Final moments of the women's long jump, of course, underway. Just the 3 competitors in the pole vault. So Muracini, no height unfortunately. 3 failures, 320, was struggling a little bit. And then Griot, 360. She had 3 failures there, but had managed to clear a height 20 centimetres lower than that. And that was all before Pantelli entered. And she is over at 380 and is now going at 395. So yes, whatever happens now, she's got the gold for Cyprus. This is the eventual result of the high jump. No clearance possible for Charles Gaspard of Luxembourg at 208. Still, he's 4 centimetres higher than anyone else on the day. Goes to count back between Joly and Avia. So I think that's the first 1-2 that we have seen so far today. In fact, I'm certain of it. Of course, there are events where there simply aren't more than one from the same nation. So you're watching live coverage of the European Challenger Championships in Monaco. Temperature consistently around 23, 24 degrees. You can see the main stand is slightly in the shade there, giving some shade to the athletes on that side.
à 2,04 pour Charel Gaspard, le luxembourgeois. Il est
More events getting going in the next few minutes, with some having concluded. So you've got the women's javelin coming up, women's high jump as well in about an hour's time, I believe.
Brian Avia.
Men's 100-meter A race. As I was saying, Francesco Sansovini expected to be one of the top competitors here. A national record to win the competition in 2023. That's 10:41.
Au couloir numéro 1, représentant Saint-Marin, Francesco Sansovini. Couloir numéro 2, représentant Malte, Omar El Aïda Chaffé. Couloir numéro 3, représentant la Moldavie, Gigita Galilien. Couloir numéro 4, représentant Chypre,
So Sansovini,
Agostino.
of course, the national record holder as mentioned for San Marino, Omar El Aida Shafi alongside him for Malta. Nikita Kalinin there we saw, Stavros Avgostinu, Graham Pellegrini for Cyprus and Malta respectively, Alex Beachy also for Cyprus, Endri Rakai of Albania here in the red, and in the black vest Grigorian of Georgia. So yeah, it could be quite a close race, this one. Obviously Gasparelli wasn't at her best and had to really work in the second half of the race. Sansovini won this last year as well and got a national record in the relay. Shafi was third in the relay at the European Team Championships 3 years ago. Kalinin, national long jump champion 5 years ago for Moldova, 670 is PB in that event. Stavros Avgostinu, a winner of the European Team Championships third league 5 years ago, PB 1051 in Belgium 2024. Let's see what they can do. Sansovini, Elida Shafi, Kalinin, Avgostinu, Pellegrini, Beachy, Rakai and Grigorian. Pretty even thus far. Avgostinu going well through the centre in the navy of Cyprus. Sansovini, though, in the white, surely going to take this. Sansovini of San Marino, 10:65 as they lock out the men's and women's 100 metres.
10 secondes 62 pour le chrono officiel. Un petit dixième au-dessus de son meilleur chrono de la saison. La deuxième place en 10 secondes 74 pour Omar El Aïda Chaffé. Et la troisième place qui va revenir au chypriote Stavros Avgostinu, 10 secondes 75.
Again.
Prochaine épreuve à venir sur la piste, le 100 mètres est féminin, évidemment, à 14h50, à 15h01.
Confirming the results there, first of all 100 metres and now pole vault. Just the two athletes with the marks there. Pantelli, best of the lot, 380 for Cyprus.
Mesdames, Messieurs, nous allons procéder au podium du javelot masculin. Pour remettre la récompense, je vous demande d'applaudir. Représentant l'association allemande d'athlétisme, Monsieur Johann Schweitzer.
The medal will be presented by Herr Johann Schweitzer, President of the German Athletics Federation.
En troisième position, médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Islande, Gordar Atil Gesson.
Bronze medalist representing Iceland.
En seconde position, médaillé d'argent, représentant la
So medal ceremony here for the first event that we saw as part of the coverage here. Gesson of Iceland in the men's javelin, Mardare silver, and Papazi Montenegro the gold medal.
Médaillé d'or, représentant le Monténégro.
Gold medalist representing Montenegro.
70 meters and 7 centimeters for Papazi to get the gold medal here.
Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national du Monténégro.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Montenegro. Juste avant de retrouver la prochaine cérémonie protocolaire, le 100 mètres féminin. Au couloir numéro 1 représentant Malte, Kalek Anna Eloul. Couloir 2 représentant l'Arménie, Béline Adamian. Couloir 3 représentant la principauté de Monaco, les 8 Louis. Couloir 4 représentant l'Islande, Isolde Sevastottir. Couloir 5 représentant l'Islande, Maria-Ron Gunnardotter. Couloir numéro 6 représentant le Monténégro, Angela Lopiak. Couloir 7 représentant le Monténégro, Iva Dokovic. Couloir 8 représentant la Moldavie, Iana Karaeva. Les athlètes sont à présent placés sous les ordres du starter.
Women's 100-meter hurdles coming up next. After a brief pause in proceedings. So just one race here for the athletes. Kaylee Elul, Malta in 1. Melin Adamyan, Armenia in 2. Layulay of Monaco in 3. Isolde Savas-Dottir, Iceland. Gunnlaugsdottir of Iceland. Jobaniak, Montenegro. Her teammate Dokovic, Garaeva, Moldova. For Layulay of Monaco, expected to be a strong favourite here from lane 3 and come away with things nicely from Savas-Dottir. Already been in a long jump today. And Louis 13.76 for the victory. Looked relatively straightforward there for her.
Allez, puis vous l'avez compris, elles nous attendent patiemment. Non seulement elles ont performé, en plus maintenant elles patientent tranquillement au soleil. Nous allons procéder à la remise des récompenses pour le podium du saut en longueur féminin. Les récompenses seront remises par Madame Cyrielle Oreca, membre de la Fédération monégasque d'athlétisme et trésorière du conseil d'administration.
So Louis with the victory there. Athlete who was Asian indoor 60-meter hurdles bronze medalist for Hong Kong a couple of years ago. 13.15 at best.
En troisième position, médaillé de bronze représentant la Moldavie.
Well, showing there as a national record for Monaco. I think we'll see a few of those broken today. Already one with Crystal El Sane in the long jump, of course. Had been around 5:35, so very attainable in that long jump. Talking of which, medal ceremony then for the women's long jump. Fourth field event of the day and second that we saw on the live broadcast here. Philippa Fotopoulou of Cyprus, 6:48 for her. An athlete who's jumped 6:78 this year, 6:79 personal best. Cypriot record, by the way, has stood for 41 years, since 1985. And yeah, she's only 2 centimetres therefore off it this year. Held by Maria Lambrou-Taloni, set in Limassol, 24th of May 1985, plus 1.9 metres per second on that day, which was quite useful, I'm sure. Let's see what Fotopoulou can do this season.
et sans plus attendre, on va passer du côté du javelot féminin avec la présentation des dossards représentant l'Arménie, Madame Christine Avouchanian. Représentant la Moldavie, au dossard numéro 2, Alina Moraru. Dossard numéro 3, représentant l'Islande, Madame Ena Rotir. Dossard numéro 4, représentant le Luxembourg, Noémie Fleming. Dossard numéro 5, représentant
Nomi Plimling, perhaps the favourite here from Luxembourg. Irene Theodorou, Cyprus, personal best 52.80. Maria Bogovac, having a good season so far this year in the javelin. National record at the European Throwing Cup in Nicosia in March, 56.32. And don't forget Montenegro already with one victory today in the men's javelin, of course, with Amir Papazi, who was over 70 metres. A little bit of an upset there ahead of Moldova's Andrin Mardare. First round the javelin, Muraru of Moldova here. Javelin just stalls a little bit there. I'm trying to work out what's actually on that field. Looks like it might be feathers of some sort. Lots of debris. So Muraru's shaping to throw early, not fully attacking that runway, making sure she gets a valid measurement in. You're watching live coverage of the European Challenger Championships here in Monaco. Alina Muraru, personal best 45.05. 37.62 there for her. So valid measurement to start off with. This is Bryndis Embla Einarsdottir. Not the longest run up as some, but holding this javelin high above her head. Anasdottir of Iceland on her feet and ready, building some acceleration. Withdraws that throwing arm, pushes all the way through the implement so he doesn't get it up too high, and fairly rudimentary technique there, and also given as a red flag, unfortunately. Personal best 46.89. Foot just over the line.
Chers amis, pour la remise des médailles du saut en hauteur homme. Les médailles seront remises par Monsieur Anthony de Sévlinge, secrétaire général de la Fédération monégasque d'athlétisme.
Victory ceremony of high jump men. The medal will be presented by Mr. Anthony de Savage, Secretary General of Monaco Federation Athletism.
Arrive en troisième position, médaille de bronze représentant la Macédoine du Nord.
Bronze medalist representing North Macedonia.
Monsieur Brian Avia. Arrive en seconde position, médaillé d'argent représentant le Luxembourg.
Silver medalist representing.
So watching here the medal presentation, men's high jump. A 1-2 for Luxembourg, the first 1-2 in any event track all field of the day. Brian Avia of North Macedonia, 2 meters to equal his season's best. Till Jolly ahead of him on countback. And then Chanel Gaspar, who attempted 2.8, which he's already cleaned this season. Couldn't quite do that, but does come away with a gold medal and 2.04 for his country.
Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national du Luxembourg.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Luxembourg.
Bogovac of Montenegro, javelin up high, but doesn't quite get that trajectory across the sector that she was hoping for. Implement comes crashing down, so let's have a look. Withdraws the throwing arm, pushes through, quite straightforward to block from that position.
Ce sera à 15h15, donc dans quelques minutes maintenant, eh bien ce sera la présentation.
43.96 in the first round for Bogovac. Theodora leading 50.63.
Le 800 mètres féminin et 800 mètres masculin. Voilà pour les courses sur la piste de ce Stade Louis II. Et puis ensuite, on poursuivra avec les podiums à 15h55 pour le podium du 100 mètres féminin.
Du côté du lancer du javelot, il vient de lancer son javelot, c'est le représentant de l'armée, Christine Aoutunian. Il avait réalisé jusqu'ici 33 mètres 55, son meilleur jet de la saison. 33 mètres 28 lors de cette tentative. Au moment dans ce concours, c'est la pilote Iriane Théodoro qui mène les bras après avoir étudié son javelot pour les Saint-Angèle.
Moraru's second round then. So Theodoro of Cyprus, only athlete over 50 metres at this point, and leads by more than 4 metres from Plimling, a Luxembourgish athlete. Bogovac in third from Montenegro, Moraru behind them. Enos Dartir without a valid throw so far. So Anas Dartir looking to get a clear mark in this time, put herself on that leaderboard. $51.28. Well, from fouling in the first round and now suddenly top of the leaderboard. Reason for calm now. Anas Dartir with a personal best, showing previously as 46.89. Well, as I say, sometimes that data is a little bit out of date coming into these competitions. As you watch Plimling here. Well, I think the reason potentially for the big personal best there, or one factor in it, is that Anas Dartir only 16 years of age, and as a result typically has thrown with the 500-gram javelin. You can see one result from last week, for example, in Selfoss in Iceland, 45.22 with the senior javelin. But she has thrown with the 500 grams 51.16, expecting that everyone here, of course, would have the senior 600 gram implement. That would be the expectation for sure. Right, on to the men's sprint hurdles following the women's race, which of course was won by Louis Monaco, a national record performance 13.73. this men's final. Simone Guarini of San Marino in this personal best 15.95. Onion Stefanovsky, a decathlete with a personal best of over 7,100 points, 14.89 at best. Ben Salnitro of Malta, the 19-year-old who was at the European Under-20s last year. Looks like Novoi Vojdic alongside, so it's Jason Malgarini of Malta, Aram Aramyan of Armenia, and Anastasios Vasileu, who we saw in the 400-metre hurdles, of course. So hoping to be in the top three once again. Good chance of that here. Salnitro with Vasileu coming through strongly, just as he was earlier, and he's going to get another top three. And Stefanovsky was fighting right at the end, but I think got third place. Perhaps need photo finish to settle that one out. But Ben Salnitro coming across the line. What's the time then? Waiting for that to come up. Looking at Vasileu on the outside. It's a national record for Ben Salnitro and a personal best showing by 0.4 of a second. So the Maltese record had stood since 2021, so 5 years ago, in Marta in Malta at the AP meeting by Daniel Saliba, 14.69. So faster by a tenth of a second there is Ben Salnitro. Brilliant stuff. Vasileu's second place. And Stefanovsky got third there. But look at that. More national records for Monaco and San Marino behind.
Et vous venez de vivre à l'instant ce 110 mètres et messieurs avec la victoire de Benjamin Salnitro pour Malte. Mesdames et messieurs, nouveau record national.
Anos Daltier, the 16-year-old who we believe is throwing the senior javelin here and has got a personal best by around 5 meters. Certainly that's according to the information available on the start list, and World Athletics Profile PB is no further than that. So see what she can do. I mentioned that Iceland does have a decent record in terms of javelin. One thing she definitely has as a result, I believe, is because she's 16 years of age, she's eligible for the European Under-18 Championships in Rieti, and the standard there appears to be 49 metres. So yes, we could well see Naz Dartir at those championships in Rieti this summer. Red flag though for Pleemling, who's in 4th place, 49.97 in round 4. So again, just the 6 athletes, and means we will get through these rounds fairly quickly, so we'll have to keep an eye on how things are changing. 51.91 for Bogovac, leading as you can see. Theodoru had been in front, had been the only athlete over 50 metres at one stage. Good pull on the javelin there, around 45 metres.
Allez, chers amis, toujours bien ça bouge du côté du javelot, et puisque est passé en première position Marija Bogavac du Monténégro avec un G à 51 m 91, deuxième position islandaise Bryndís Embla avec un G à 51 m 28, et troisième position, toujours troisième, Irini Jane Theodoru pour Chypre avec un G à 50 m 63.
Et on vous rappelle, bien sûr, pensez à vous hydrater. Les températures sont encore très élevées aujourd'hui. Pensez donc évidemment à vous hydrater régulièrement tout au long de cet après-midi.
Et puis du côté des remises de récompense, on vous rappelle également le prochain podium. Il sera à 15h55. Ce sera pour le 100 mètres femmes. Pour les hommes, il faudra patienter un tout petit peu. À beaucoup, puisque ce sera à 16h02. Voilà pour les podiums des 100 mètres. S'en suivront l'enchaînement des podiums pour la perche féminine, le 100 mètres et le 110 mètres et. Ce qui nous amènera tranquillement jusqu'à 4h15, l'heure du bouquet.
And Osdottir with that second round personal best of 51.28. Does attack that runway hard. Bit of space there, I think. Just behind our leader by just over half a metre at the moment. Having a great competition, just 16 years of age. Bogovac. Sixth place at the European Throwing Cup in Nicosia with that national record. She had set that national record 10 years ago when she was just a teenager. 56.32 and leading the way at the moment. So clearly getting it all together all right this season. See if she can follow that up. She's got a teenager putting her under a little bit of pressure here. Pleemling and Theodore were also capable of going further than the leading mark at the moment. Bit of a break in the track action, but next race expect to be women's 800 metres in 8 minutes time. You're watching live coverage then on the European Athletics YouTube channel of the European Challenger Championships. The best from the smaller nations in Europe. Just an athletics competition this, but building towards next year's competition here in Monaco. The Games of the Small States of Europe, a biennial multi-sport event. Well, I can tell you as well that it is a championship record that is leading the way at the moment, 51.91. And the previous record showing as Naomi Pleemling, who is also in this competition, of course, 51.27 San Marino Stadium in 2021. And quite a lot of records were set last time around 2 years ago, including for Alexandra Emelianov in the women's discus, and the shot put as well, Dimitriana Bezede, both from Moldova, as we watch their teammate Elena Moraru here. Moraru, 5th place, 39.93. So while Pleemling may not hold the championship record anymore, she, of course, has a personal best that's further than the leading mark at the moment. 57.46, 51.99 this year. Oh, just off to the left there. I think things were okay with the foot placement, but no improvement there. Yes, well, at the Railingen meeting on one of these European Athletics live streams, of course, the World Athletics Continental Tour on that occasion. Malaika Mahambo, the German long jumper, saw her meeting record taken, and then with the last jump by 1 centimetre, she took it back and took victory. Hugely impressive right at the end of the competition. So we'll see what's possible in these last couple of rounds of the javelin here. 3 athletes over 50 metres. Pleemling, yeah, looking a little bit frustrated at the moment, but perhaps also a bit hot and bothered as well. Yes, as mentioned, the women's 800 metres. Next event coming up on track. Gina McNamara got a middle distance double at the European Team Championships in Maribor, that being the third division last year. That was 800 and 1500 metres, and she could be one of the favourites here. She actually beat Iceland's Anita Hinriksdottir in that race. Hinriksdottir, the bigger scalp to claim. So that was particularly impressive that she did that, but now as a result she potentially comes in as a favourite, does McNamara here in this 800 metres. Looking here at Tetjana Savluk-Laguet of Monaco. We've had an array of national records for them today, including women's long jump and women's 400 metre hurdles and others. So we've also got Stavrini Philippou, who holds the Cypriot national indoor record with 2:03.86. Just like Philippa Fotopoulou, she's one of those Cypriot athletes who's so close to a national record. Outdoors it's 2:01.77 and her PB is 2:01.95. Back to the 16-year-old Einars Dottir. Nice angle of release there. Let's see what she can do. That's on 45 metres. Yeah, great for her if selected for the European Under-18 Championships, which of course also will be live streamed along with a number of World Continental Tour meetings. Have a look on European Athletics social media, Twitter and Instagram, and the website for details of what's coming up in terms of live broadcasts. So Tetjana Savluk-Laguet, right on the inside here, personal best 2:13.18. As we've seen many times, races like this without a pacemaker, the difference in PB is somewhat neutralised depending on what the athletes at the front choose to do, what the strategy is. So some others in this include Alada Alavergian of Armenia, Relaxa Doughty of Albania, who was third at the European Team Championships. That victory for McNamara, as mentioned, was in that same race. So McNamara, USA based. Carol Kill was also in that race for Luxembourg, coming fourth there. She has national titles over the 400, 800 metres and 5k on the road, winning over this distance indoors this year. So that crisp sound of the gun, and you can see this is a big field, and I think it was just last night. It was a World Continental Tour race where 3 athletes went down in a field of 12-13 in the 800 metres, so don't want to tempt fate there, but looks like they're spreading out a little bit. But yeah, again, that's also famous last words as they begin to shuffle in together. You've got McNamara on the outside there, Carol Kill then taking the lead, it looks like, in the light blue. That might be Relaxa Doughty in the red and white of Albania. We'll have a look as they come through. You've got Stavrini Philippou in the navy of Cyprus on the inside there. Nice close-up shot as they come past here. Making a move then on the outside, it's Kristina Chitadze of Georgia, 2:13 at best. Let's have a look as they come through. It's going to be outside 60, 63. So, well, 2:06 even would still be a decent time for quite a few of these athletes here. And we've got a big pack. So waiting to see what Gina McNamara can do with the finishing kick here. I think she's in around 5th or 6th place with the red shorts there. Philippou making a move, and up into the lead she goes. So she really pushes on, and McNamara has to respond now. Carol Kill just holds her form for now. Elise Romero of Luxembourg is the other athlete trying to bridge that gap in 5th place now. So that was a crucial move made by Stavrini Philippou. Open up that gap, real burst of acceleration to get away from McNamara. who surely is too far back now. Philippou running a bit defensively there into lane 3. Almost, but she is guaranteed the victor here. Gold for Cyprus from Malta in second place, McNamara. 2:05:33 on the clock. Nice fast split there for that second lap. Looked like 59 seconds for Stavrini Philippou of Cyprus. This is the most important part of the race to replay then. Philippou passed Doughty and Kill, and McNamara had to respond. A bit like in Formula 1 when you're waiting behind the safety car and the athlete, or driver in that case I should say, chooses when to press the throttle pedal to get away. Trying to get as many car lengths away as possible, and yeah, Philippou, real burst of acceleration. McNamara had been a bit further back, but of course, just checking in fact if McNamara is also entered for the 1500 metres. Looks like she is, yes, which is coming up. And she's also in the pool of athletes for the medley relay, the Swedish relay. Theodorou of Cyprus here to do what Philippou has done there in the 800 metres, but she's in third place at the moment. So Cyprus, of course, with Calypso Stavrou, got the first win on the track of the day. They're hoping to win the competition overall. The music plays every time there's a national record, which is fantastic to celebrate. 6th place and 10th place, I make it, are the national records here. Andorra and Monaco respectively then. Behind Philippou, 2:05:33. Nearly 2 seconds clear of McNamara and Doughty in third for Albania. Still a good result for them. Missing Yipsy Moreno, who we thought might be involved in the hammer. Possibly other throws events as well. Having come out of retirement in her 40s to represent Albania. The 2008 Olympic champion. I've seen a lot of Anastasia today. It's because there's been a bit of a break in the track action otherwise, so showing as the final round here. Or indeed, this may well be just a recap of the best action. Bogovac 51.91 came in the second round. Okay, so seeing the final attempt there of Anastasia and then of Bogovac. The top two, having seen Theodora a moment ago. And doesn't look like there's any change in order so far as the measurements that have come in. A foul, in fact, for the Icelandic athlete in the final round. So too Theodorou. Plimling improved to 50.17, so just 1.5 metres, a little bit more than that, between the top 4 athletes here. Plimling, the former championship record holder, in 4th place. So I'm going by this Championships of the State, Small States of Europe national records indeed. Championships of the Small States of Europe competition records, and Plimling had held that, and now Bogovac doing so. 51.91 the victory for Montenegro. So they lock out the javelin, just as San Marino locked out the 2 victories in the men's and women's 100 metres. Full result there in the javelin as discussed.
Vous l'avez peut-être aperçu sur l'écran du stade ou si vous nous regardez sur le flux streaming de la compétition, le concours de javelot féminin qui s'est achevé avec la troisième place pour la chypriote Irénie Jeanne Théodorou, 50 mètres 91, la deuxième place pour la représentante de l'Islande, Bryndís Embla Einartóttir, 51 mètres 28 avec un nouveau record personnel à la clé, et la victoire en 51 mètres 91 pour la représentante du Monténégro, Maria Bokavac.
Allez, dans quelques secondes maintenant, la présentation pour ce 800 mètres hommes, le temps que l'ensemble des athlètes se mettent en place, tout comme pour les féminines. Certains couloirs seront des couloirs partagés. Allez, les François que vous entendez, ce sont bien sûr pour François Ducourant.
Well, quite an entertaining women's 800 metre race. The men's final coming up shortly.
Allez, chers amis, pour ce 800 mètres homme, couloir numéro 1, il sera occupé par le luxembourgeois, Monsieur Jamie Lay. Au couloir numéro 2.
Cyprus already leading overall in the table. Let's see if they can hold on to that.
Toujours au couloir numéro 2.
Men's 800 metre final. Jamie Lay, we saw on the inside there. Stanislav Kedeg of Moldova. Thoradin Son of Iceland. This is Paul Moyer of Andorra. So Paul Moyer, been to 2 Olympic Games, Rio and Tokyo. Got a golden double at the Games of the Small States of Europe 2 years ago. Jared Mikalev represented Malta at the World Championships in Tokyo last year. Big cheer for Francois Ducorat. He is the physio for AS Monaco football team here. And Leon Taki, who is the national record holder or national best performance holder over 600 metres, improving on of his own best this year by 0.8 seconds this year, 1:17 at best. Also holds the 400 metre indoor national record. So again, the big field here, Raylon and Bonici of Luxembourg and Malta respectively. So Cyprus leading the way by 3 points at the moment. They have had 4 victories. That's more than anyone else. Luxembourg have had 3. San Marino having 2 as far as the latest data that I have.
Stand up, please.
Official just asking the athletes to stand up there. So the 2 with personal best that are faster than everyone else, 1:46s, are Jared Mikalev of Malta and Paul Moyer of Andorra. So Moyer setting that time in Castellón, Spain 3 years ago, the national record for him. And Mikalev in Perth, Australia last year, the Australian-born athlete of Maltese heritage. As I say, representing Malta at last year's World Championships in Tokyo. So again, going off at a decent pace, and then they did slow down in the women's race towards the 400 mark, and they may well do that again. Just trying to get clear of the race. They're running nearly 4 abreast, have to be very careful to stay on their feet here. So Spiros Stavru was one of those trying to come through. I think it was Moya. They've got very similar vests unless you see them close up, both navy. There, the Andorran Moya was trying to find a way through, but there just wasn't a gap. So we've got Spiros Stavru, we've got Jared McAuliffe. And the bell sounds 54-72. Big cheers for Ducouron, who's in 4th place, the physio for AS Monaco's football team. So still going strongly at the front. Can he hold on? Spiros Stavru, personal best, 1:47.57. And coming past now, Mikalev. So similar move, which the Cypriot made a moment ago in the women's race. This time it's a Cypriot overtaken then. So Mikalev from Ducouron, from Moya, the top 3 in this race. Massive cheers of Ale and Moya trying to get 2nd place. Ducouron just about holding on for Monaco. Moya comes past, but clear of the rest, it's Mikalev of Malta. 1:48.68. Another entertaining middle distance battle.
Et vous venez de le vivre en direct, bien sûr, cette victoire sur le 800 mètres, messieurs. La victoire du Maghreb. Jared Mikalev, 1 minute 48 secondes 65.
Well, it's around 2/10 shy of the competition record as well. That was set 10 years ago by Musa Haddadi of Kosovo. Mikalev, 1:48.65. Again, that move down the back straight just before heading into the top bend. Ducouron went strongly with and left Moya with work to do. The Andorran coming past for 2nd.
Bravo, la prochaine grosse compétition, ce sera l'année prochaine en jeu des petits étapes. Et entre-temps, tu auras le temps de encore 5 minutes. Merci.
Vamos!
Jared McAuliffe then confirmed as winning there, 1:48.65. From Paul Moya, 2nd place. Francois Ducouron. Fantastic podium there. Once again for Monaco. Making the most of being on home soil.
Allez, j'ai la chance, il va saluer comme il se doit la fédération, les bénévoles, l'organisation. Je suis avec monsieur François Ducouron, évidemment, qui a été énormément applaudi ici. Alors peut-être, première chose, qui a été, je disais, énormément applaudi. Est-ce que tu aurais quelque chose à dire à ton public, là, aujourd'hui?
Ouais, déjà un grand merci, parce que c'est vrai que ça m'a poussé. Je savais que courir à la maison, ça porterait forcément. Et dans la dernière ligne droite, c'est vrai que pour avoir les ressources pour pousser plus que ce que le corps nous permet, c'est grâce aussi aux encouragements dès le départ, donc ça fait trop plaisir.
Alors justement, cette dernière ligne droite, on suffoquait sur cette ligne d'arrivée. Tu as été longtemps en 2e position, tu t'es fait reprendre sur cette dernière ligne droite, et puis on t'a vu regarder à gauche, à droite pour gérer cette fin de course. Est-ce que tu pourrais nous la décrire justement, cette fin de course?
Ouais, l'objectif c'était de suivre le plus longtemps possible. Du coup, Jared qui a gagné. Je savais qu'il était largement favori. Et derrière l'Andorran aussi, donc je savais qu'en prenant les risques de les suivre, derrière ça ne suivrait pas. Et je suis pas surpris d'être passé par l'Andorran, mais après, l'objectif c'était la 3e place, c'était ce dont je rêvais, donc c'est bon, c'est fait.
C'est fait, effectivement, tu signes un magnifique podium. Je pense qu'on peut encore l'applaudir bien fort. Monsieur François Ducouron. Merci François. Et puis nous, on va se refocaliser un petit peu parce qu'on va enchaîner maintenant. Ça va être eh bien, les podiums. On vous l'annonçait, le podium du 100 mètres. Le 100 mètres dames dans maintenant eh bien, quelques minutes seulement. Le temps de réunir les athlètes et le temps de réunir également le protocole. Et nous allons pouvoir procéder à ce podium avec une particularité sur ce podium puisqu'il y a 2 médailles d'argent égalité, ce qui n'est pas courant hein, sur les courses de piste puisque nous sommes à une égalité parfaite au millième près pour cette médaille d'argent.
Frank, I have here Mr. Mikalev, the right one for in the last race. So, what did you feel?
I felt pretty good. There's pretty good atmosphere here with all the supporters supporting Monaco. It was great.
I know it was tough.
Yeah, it was really tough. Like, there's a bit of headwind, but no, it was like electric atmosphere and like seeing everyone in the crowds really got me through.
That's great. So, what's your next objective?
Probably my biggest one is the Commonwealth Games, and then I'm going to try and hit the standard for European Championship next week.
Of course. We wait for you here next year for the Monaco State Championship. Thank you so much.
Allez, chers amis, pour le protocole de la remise des récompenses pour ce 100 mètres féminin. Les médailles seront remises par Monsieur Franck Carès, président de l'AAES.
Victory ceremony, 100 meters women. The medal will be presented by Mr. Frank Carras, President of the Small States Association.
On vous le disait, arrive seconde ex aequo, médaillé d'argent pour l'Azerbaïdjan, Lamia Valiyeva.
First silver medalist.
Second ex aequo, médaillé d'argent, représentant l'Islande.
Second silver medalist, representing Iceland.
Christina Alba Afinadottir.
So medals being given out, as you can see, for the women's 100 metres. Stavros Avgustinou, bronze for Cyprus, 10.75.
Saint-Marin.
Gold medalist, representing San Marino.
Alessandra Gasparelli.
So Lamia Valiyeva, Azerbaijan, sharing the silver with Hafla Dottir of Iceland, 11.91, and Gasparelli
pour l'hymne
of San
national.
Marino 1181, getting the gold for them.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of San Marino.
Alessandra Gasparelli, who was so proud to represent San Marino at the Olympic Games, of course in Paris, still just 21 years of age, and with a recent national record this year, going sub 11:50. 23:65, her personal best over 200 metres. She was second over both of those shorter sprints last year, Games of the Small States of Europe, behind Olivia Fotopoulou, and just expecting her to be in the 200 metres though a little later on, in which she will face Olivia Fotopoulou, who's just concentrating on that longer sprint. Fotopoulou of Cyprus with the 100 and 200 double last year.
Allora inizia il te. Non lo so. No, per adesso penso a fare questa gara che devo fare e poi vedremo. Va bene.
Grazie mille.
Stavros Avgostino of Cyprus, but that is clearly not Avgostino of Cyprus.
Dans 30 secondes, la série populaire qui reprendra pour le 100 mètres hommes. La cérémonie protocolaire du 100 mètres messieurs. Nous rappelons que les médailles sont remises par M. Dobromir Karaminov, président de Logan Athletics. Médaille de bronze représentant Malte. Omar El Aïda Chafé.
Right, the answer then to the question is the fact, of course, that the B race winner, David Walig, separates the A race results. So that's why the announcer said Stavros Avgostino had the bronze, but Stavros Avgostino was third in the A race, but he was slower than Walig, as was Omar El Aida Chafe, who got the bronze medal, who was second behind Sansevini here. So the Maltese with the bronze.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos applaudissements pour le podium du...
Yes, the Maltese with the bronze. David Walig, B race winner for Luxembourg with the silver. Francesco Sansevini, A race winner with the gold.
Et puis,
San Marino.
continuerons les différentes cérémonies protocolaires en ce milieu d'après-midi sur ce très beau stade Louis II en principauté de Monaco.
Next track action expected to be just under 10 minutes time with the women's 200 meters. Women's high jump should be the next action getting underway in the field.
Représentant Saint-Marin, Lucia Casali. Représentant la Moldavie, Andriana Talpa. Représentant l'Islande, Maria Rune Kulanzotir. Représentante Chypre, Stiliana Ionanidou. Représentante le Monténégro, Maria Vukovic. Les athlètes
Here is the high jump lineup with
ce concours ont remercié
Maria Vukovic
le jury
headlining it from Montenegro.
tour de hauteur féminin.
Approfittiamo un attimo per salutare Francesco Sansovini, medaglia d'oro ai 100 metri maschili. Francesco, ti è piaciuta questa gara?
Buon pomeriggio a tutti, sì, è stata fantastica anche perché è stata la prima gara della stagione e non c'è inizio migliore che vincere in una competizione così.
Assolutamente, tu non fai solo i 100, ti capita di fare anche altre distanze, giusto? Quali sono i tuoi prossimi obiettivi? Sempre 100 o altro tipo di gara?
Sì, specialista dei 100, ecco, poi a volte mi detti in 200 o 60 metri quando si parla di indoor. Le prossime gare sono sicuramente gli appuntamenti che ci saranno a luglio e finendo poi ad agosto con i giochi del Mediterraneo. Ci tengo a dedicare questa vittoria alla mamma di una nostra compagna che purtroppo ieri ci ha lasciato e quindi non c'era miglior modo che per questo.
Grazie, un bel gesto.
Allez, chers amis, on va passer à la remise des récompenses pour le protocole de la remise des médailles pour le saut à la perche féminin. Les médailles seront remises par Emmanuel Laguerre, président délégué de la Fédération française d'athlétisme.
Victory ceremony of pole vault women. The medal will be presented by Mrs. Emmanuel Laguerre, Vice President of the French Athletics Federation.
Médaille d'argent en deuxième position, représentant Malte.
Silver medalist representing Cyprus.
Sana Rio. Et arrive en première position, médaillé d'or représentant Chypre.
Gold medalist representing Cyprus.
So 2 medalists in the women's pole vault. Unfortunately, Martina Muracini, the other entrant, no heighting. So Sana Grillo of Malta, as you can see, get the silver medal there with 340. And here now, Andrea Pantelli, Andriana Pantelli, 380 for Cyprus, getting the gold.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Cyprus. Mesdames et messieurs, vos applaudissements pour le podium de la perche féminine.
So, we're with Adriana. I guess you're very happy of your results. Were you expecting it, or is it a surprise to you?
I feel like I was in a good place, and the jump that I did, I think it paid off my hard work that I did.
Yes, you're young, so I guess you have a lot of other competition coming from you? Where's your next?
I have in Thessaloniki Camara, my next competition, and I'm very happy for that.
That's great, and of course we look forward to receive next year. Thank you, Adriana.
Au départ, la finale B du 200 mètres féminin. Au couloir numéro 3, représentant l'Albanie, Femi Mustafa. Couloir numéro 4, représentant l'Arménie, Mariana Bagian. Couloir numéro 5, représentant le Luxembourg, Zoé Hoffman. Couloir numéro 6, représentant la Géorgie, Lika Kartilava. Couloir numéro 7, représentant le Monténégro, Iva Dukovic. Couloir numéro 8, nous retrouverons Lorina Hidru. Les athlètes sont à présent placés sous les ordres du starter.
On your mark. Set.
Women's 200 metre B final then, with Mustafaray, Bagan, Hoffman, Karshilova, Dokovic and Kadriou.
Avec ce 200 mètres qui voit une arrivée.
So it looks like Dokovic going nicely here on the outside from Karshilova. 25.42 across the line for Iva Dokovic of Montenegro.
Occuper le couloir numéro 7 pour le Monténégro. Le chrono qui va s'afficher dans quelques secondes, 25 secondes 39 pour Iva Dokovic qui signe son meilleur chrono de la saison à 1 dixième. De son record personnel.
Allez, chers amis, entre les deux 200 mètres, vous l'avez compris, nous allons pouvoir procéder à la remise des récompenses de ce 110 mètres et...
Victory ceremony. 110 meters battle. Red. Les médailles seront remises par Monsieur Jean Gracia, premier vice-président de l'European Athletics. The medal will be presented by Mr. Jean Gracia, first vice president of the European Athletics.
Arrive en troisième position pour la médaille de bronze représentant la Macédoine du Nord.
Bronze medalist representing North Macedonia.
Onienne, Stéphane Lavoski. En seconde position, représentant Chypre pour la médaille d'argent.
Silver medalist representing Cyprus.
Anastasios Vassiliou. Enfin, pour la médaille d'or, première position, représentant Malte.
gold medalist representing
Medals being presented now then for the men's 110 metres hurdles. Onion Stefanovski, 1468 bronze for North Macedonia. Anastasios Vasileos, Cyprus, 1459 silver. And ahead of them, Benjamin Salnitro for Malta with a national record of 1452 for gold.
L'hymne national de Malte.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Malta. Mesdames et messieurs, vos applaudissements pour le podium du 110 mètres. Mesdames et messieurs, il est l'heure de retrouver la finale A du 200 mètres féminin. Au couloir numéro 2, représentant la Géorgie, Anna Mamachavili. Couloir numéro 3, représentant l'Azerbaïdjan, Lamia Valieva. Couloir numéro 4, représentant le Luxembourg, Sofia Chak. Couloir 5, représentant Saint-Marin, Alessandra Gasparelli. Couloir numéro 6, représentant Chypre, Olivia Fotopoulou. Couloir 7, représentant Malte, Claire Azopardi. Couloir 8, représentant Malte, Théa Parvis.
Now the women's 200 metre A final then, ready to get going with Anna Mamatsashvili of Georgia, the 60 and 200 metre indoor champion early this year. Lamia Valieva, third in the 100 metres, 23 times champion of Azerbaijan. Sofia Shak, winner of the 100B race. Gasparelli then for San Marino, winner of the 100A race, 23.65 at best for the Olympian. Olivia Fotopoulou, winner of the 100 and 200 double last year at the Games of the Small States of Europe. And then the two Maltese internationals on the outside, as they were in the 100, Azzopardi and Parnis. So Azzopardi actually going nicely here, but watch out for Fotopoulou in the navy of Cyprus. Gasparelli with work to do, perhaps stronger over 100 metres. Fotopoulou in the clear and looking to follow up what she did last year. So no one catching Olivia Fotopoulou. What a display this is. Over 200 metres then.
23 secondes 49 pour Olivia Fotopoulou pour
Her sister Philippa already with the victory for Cyprus in the long jump. Cyprus had been leading the way overall, looking to win the team competition. Fotopoulou strong all the way throughout the race, particularly in the second half. Past the two Maltese athletes on the outside. Gasparelli can't get near on the inside. So look at this battle for second place as well. Azzopardi against Gasparelli, and the San Marino athlete just ahead. Valieva nearly making the top three over two different events. Gasparelli did do so, and Fotopoulou here just concentrating on the 200 metres. 23:46 for Olivia Fotopoulou. Fotopoulou, her personal best 22:65 set at the World Championships in Budapest 3 years ago. 1 second faster on paper than Gasparelli. Looks like we have an appearance from Albert II, Prince of Monaco. We've seen in many occasions at the Formula One race, of course. Handing out the trophy there. Also the Diamond League as well. So he's going to hand out these medals in the Principality.
Mesdames, Messieurs, voici maintenant venue la cérémonie protocolaire de remise des médailles du 100 mètres et féminin. Les médailles seront remises par Son Altesse Sérénissime, le Prince Albert II.
The medal will be presented by His Serene Highness Prince Albert II.
Arrive en troisième position, représentant l'Islande.
Bronze medalist representing Iceland.
Pour la médaille de bronze, Maria Rune Gunnlaugsdóttir.
So this, of course, the medal ceremony for the women's 100 metres hurdles. 2 Icelandic athletes on the podium. Once again, His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco handing out these medals. Maria Gunnlaugsdóttir, 14:19 personal best for third. Silver medal Isolde Sivarsdóttir, 14:09, a tenth ahead. Silver.
Pour la première position, et médaille d'or.
Victory on home soil for Monaco here. National record 13:73. An athlete of Hong Kong heritage who's appeared at many international championships over the years. Louis with the gold medal. 13:73.
Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national de Monaco.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the
So
national
the national anthem of Monaco now.
Et vos applaudissements pour le podium de ce 100 mètres et féminin. Et pour la monégasque, les
et messieurs, présentation de la longueur homme. Représentant Gibraltar, Brice Beer. Représentant Malte, Ian Paul Reich. Représentant l'Islande, Tobias Polarin Matarel. Représentant le Luxembourg, Bob Gomel. Représentant la Macédoine du Nord, Ryan Avia. Représentant le Luxembourg, Nils Liefgeld.
Well, here's what happened at the start of the day then in the shot put. First action to get going at 10 o'clock Central European time this morning. Seeing there Sopiko Shatarishvili and now Stephanie Krumlovsky, the winner overall 15:38. Before that Sakina Hajizada for Azerbaijan getting the bronze 12:78. Shatarishvili 14:66 and Krumlovsky 15:38 new personal best for Luxembourg. So first gold medal to be won of the competition. Men's shot put, Thomas Jurovic, 1894, season's best. Alexander Mazur of Moldova, 1940. And Georgi Mujaridze, 1948. A winning effort, just 8 centimetres between our top two.
Monsieur Alexander Mazur. Monsieur Georgi Mujaridze.
Full confirmed men's shot put result there. And indeed the women's are led by Krumlovsky of Luxembourg. Men's 200 metres coming up next. Action on the track. Men's long jump in the field. Let's see it. As we will have the C final coming up. And then B and A. Andres Trejkovsky, perhaps the best known long jumper in the field from North Macedonia. Personal best 791.
finale C du 200 mètres messieurs. Au couloir numéro 3, représentant Gibraltar, Sao Nespa. Couloir numéro 4, représentant l'Islande, Corinne Gunnarsson.
So athletes are out ready for the men's 200 metres C final.
Couloir numéro 5, représentant Kosovo,
From the inside, Pal Funes Par. We saw on the 100 metres earlier on for Gibraltar in lane 3. Kolbeinn Hodo Gunnarsson of Iceland in 4. Bartalaku, Kosovo 5. Andro Grigorian, Georgia 6. Sean Penalva of Gibraltar in 7. And Samuel Gevorgyan of Armenia on the outside in lane 8. So this is the C final. B and A races to come after this. You're watching live coverage of the European Challenger Championships in Monaco. Cyprus leading the way in the overall table. Still 5 golds for the Cypriots all together at this point. Luxembourg and Malta, 2nd and 3rd in that medal table as things stand. So looking at a time of around 22 seconds, I reckon here. Let's have a look. Funes Par, Gunnarsson, Talaku, Grigorian, Penalgo, Grigorian. Good start there by Penalva, I think it was, near the outside. Grigorian going well as well. So Grigorian in the black vest. And Gunnarsson trying to come through and challenge him. Gunnarsson, it looks like, may well just take this. 21.97, so a little faster than we thought. Fantastic. Gunnarsson, who has run sub 21 in the past. Victor there in the men's 200 metres C race.
Grigorian pour la Géorgie. Et la 3e place reviendra en 22 secondes 80. Représentant du Kosovo, Bart Delacour.
So Gunnarsson there, as you can see, from Grigorian in 2nd place for Georgia. Women's high jump, that's Gunnlaugsdottir ducking out of that attempt. She was 3rd, of course, in the women's 100 metres hurdles. Just like Sevasdottir, who we've seen a couple of times today. They're both heptathletes. 33-year-old has a personal best of over 5,500 points. Very evenly matched, in fact, with her younger teammate. So 5 athletes in the women's high jump final. The favourite Maria Vukovic of Montenegro yet to enter. She'll do so, I believe, at 176, it looks like. Unfortunately for Maria Gunnlaugsdottir, it's showing us 3 failures now after that 171. So she looks to be out of the competition. Andriana Talpa, Moldova, went out, 3 failures, 166. Same for Lucia Casale, San Marino, 156. This is Ioannidis, Cyprus, clears. Oh no, bar came off late there for Ioannidis. I believe this is first attempt 175, so that's her first failure of the competition. She's the only athlete currently out there jumping with Vukovic yet to enter. Yeah, certainly capable of challenging Vukovic for victory. Had a good season last year. Vukovic about to jump for the first time. Ioannidis personal best 191, Vukovic 197, but did clear 194 in Rellingen just the other day. And bags of height to spare there. Yeah, entering fairly early here, but just to make sure that she isn't caught out. But again, a height that Ioannidis should be perfectly capable of clearing. So 2 athletes remaining in the competition. Vukovic, who got Montenegro's first ever European Championship medal in Munich with a silver behind Jaroslava Mahucic 4 years ago now. In fact, very close to 4 years, because it was in June, those championships, whereas this year's in Birmingham being in August. 200 metre action continues next. Going through the lineup here, you can see 2 athletes from San Marino, of course, won both men's and women's 100 metres.
Couloir numéro 5, représentant Saint-Marin, Alessandro Gasperoni.
So from the inside, Gianmarco Gallini of San Marino, Jonathan Zenelai of Albania, Guillaume Arderiu of Andorra, Alessandro Gasperoni, San Marino, Arna Logi Brynjarsson of Iceland, Thomas Correda of Monaco, and his compatriot is Alejandro Lozano Buron. So Gasperoni actually has the 400 metre national record of 47.67. His personal best over this shorter distance is 21.57. Brynjarsson was part of that quartet. I think we've already seen 2 others who are part of it today already, and that quartet that was promoted by virtue of winning the relay 4x100 metres, of course, at the European Team Championships last year, the 3rd division that was in Maribor. Athletes for the 100 metres already waiting in the wings in the background of the shot. Gallini, Zenelai, Arderiu, Gasperoni, Brynjarsson, Correda and Lozano Buron. The men's 200 metre B race here at the European Challenger Championships in Monaco. Into the second half of the programme now. Cyprus leading the way in the overall standings. A race to come in a moment. Gasperoni looked like he was itching to get away well. In the end, he has a bit of work to do at this point. It's Arderiu who's going nicely through the centre. And watch out as well for Correda. And Brynjarsson now in the blue of Iceland looks to go clear in the closing stage of the race then. Comfortable for him from Gallini of San Marino. 22.13 on that clock. And 22.13 is not as fast as Kolbeinn Huda Gunnarsson in the C race. Always have to watch out for things like that. Particularly at the European Team Championships in Silesia, I think it was Natalia Bukowiecka came through for an expected relay victory, but they were all slower than Lada Vondrova's Czechia team in the B race of the 4x400 there. Brynjarsson. Yes, 1.5 tenths or 0.16 seconds slower than his compatriot Kolbeinn Huda Gunnarsson. Well, you'd expect them to beat 21.94 in the A race, but yes, as we saw, it's possible that that time could end up among the eventual top 3. Let's just wait and see. As we confirm the full result there, 10th of a second, the margin between the top 2, Brynjarsson and Golini. Marija Vukovic going clear at 181 then. I wonder just how high she's capable of jumping today. Clearly in good form. And in a very relaxed mood, as I think many of the athletes are here today. The pressure is somewhat off, a bit more relaxed atmosphere. Able to just enjoy putting on the national vest, competing for their countries. And a great chance of a gold medal, particularly if you're Marija Vukovic. Well, I guess you do come in as the hot favourite, but I'm sure it's something that she can cope with. Certainly, we'll see what Ioannidou is capable of. Taihovsi, similar vest, of course, Montenegro and North Macedonia. And quite a variation of strips worn by North Macedonia. MKD on the vest of Taihovsi. Joined us in the commentary box of the European Championships in Rome, talking about the long jump run up on board there. So he does his best to stay in the air as long as possible. With that rotation. Let's have a look here. So doing his best to just keep on accelerating, powering down that runway. Look close with the foot placement. Is the red flag being put out there? Just bottom of the screen. .742 valid measurement goes into the lead. It's a big field of athletes, this. One of the biggest of the whole day, in fact, and that means that long waits between the rounds, which can sometimes affect performances. I believe there are 15 athletes in total. So, men's 200 metres A final. Novruz Asadli of Azerbaijan, 22.04 personal best this year. Luc Dostert of Luxembourg, 21.95. Stavros Avgostinou, we've already seen today, of course. 5-time Cypriot champion in the 400 hurdles. He featured earlier. Omar Al-Aida Chafi, the bronze medalist in the 100. Second in that A race, but third overall. And that's because David Wallig won the B race with a faster time than him. And Wallig goes in 8th. So the others between them, Alex Beachy, first time sub 21 seconds on Monday. The Cypriot athlete, 20.96. Graham Pellegrini of Malta and Cyril Grigorovski of Moldova complete the lineup. No Sansevini in this one either. For San Marino, athlete really left in the blocks there. Come back to that in a moment. Let's have a look then. Graham Pellegrini going well in the red and white of Malta. On his inside, Beachy with a bit of work to do. The man who got that personal best just a few days ago. It looks like Pellegrini's going to have it all his own way then. 21:40 on the clock, so just half a second faster than the C race in the end. Pellegrini, the 5 times national champion, the 21-year-old from Malta. 21:18, his personal best. No idea what happened there to Avgostinu. Just got completely caught out. Or is it that he wanted to DNS because of injury? It's not one of those unusual situations, isn't it, where the athlete feels like they've got an injury or doesn't want to run the 200 metres but doesn't want to score nothing and still has the relay to come or something like that. I wonder whether he did that for a point in the overall placing table. I can't say he's injured and then missed the relay. I've heard various scenarios over the years. There is the full result. Pellegrini, Beachy and Wallig. Second top 3 then for him. They're all faster than the winner of the C race. Vukovic with another clearance and beginning to build some momentum. Tell you what though, Avgostinu, 400 hurdles and 200 metres. Well, shouldn't be too tricky a double, but could be many reasons for that. Vukovic though, looking strong in this high jump, over 181 that we saw, and now 184. Checking in on the progress of Ioannidou of Cyprus. She has 1 failure at 184, but had cleared 181 first time, so was keeping pace with Vukovic. And now Vukovic ahead on countback at this height. So we've actually seen most of the track events now. We have still 400 metres, of which there'll be 5 total races, 1500 and then 5000 in terms of individual track races. In the field, we're heading towards the closing stages really of the women's high jump, depending on who jumps highest, but ultimately just the 2 athletes remaining now. Men's long jump, I should say, and then men's pole vault, the other 2 field events to settle the scores of. I think this is the women's 800 metres medal ceremony. Relaxa Doughty, bronze for Albania, 209.54. Gina McNamara, a silver, 207.15 behind Stavrini Philippou with that charge heading into the top bend on the final lap, coming through clear down the home straight, 205.33 for Cyprus.
Mesdames, Messieurs, nous allons procéder à la remise des médailles pour le 800 mètres féminin. Les médailles seront remises par Madame Karim Rout-Mauven, vice-présidente de European Athletics.
Well, we've seen Dobromir Karamarino, the president of European Athletics, Sir Jean Gracia, and now Vice President Karen Grote-Movin.
Arrive en 3e position, médaillé de bronze, représentant l'Albanie.
Bronze medalist, representing Albania.
Madame Relaska Dotti. En seconde position, médaillé d'argent, représentant Malte.
Silver medalist, representing Malta.
Madame Gina McNamara. Enfin, en première position, médaillé d'or pour Chypre.
Gold medalist representing Cyprus.
Madame Stavrini Flipou. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national de Chypre.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Cyprus.
So, Philippou, McNamara and Doughty now all having their women's 800-metre medals. Back to the action with the high jump, and as I said, 2 athletes remaining. Stiliana Ioannidou, though unfortunately failing 3 times now at 184, so she's out of the competition, leaving just Maria Vukovic. So obviously she's able to choose the height that she goes at next. Having cleared a 194 in Reylingen the other day. Personal best of 197. It looks like she could again be a medal contender at the European Championships in Birmingham. Of course, Jaroslav Mihuchik, the world record holder, the one to beat. Angelina Topic has been the rising star for some time and has her own set of medals in her own right. Maria Vukovic, one of the more experienced athletes though, and you sense that she is able to correct mistakes with previous failures moments later. We'll have to see if she can do that here in the high jump at 190. So controlled curved acceleration, takes off a little far away from the bar. Maybe that's one reason why the arc of trajectory there coming down a little bit early on that bar. Otherwise had plenty of height. Not much in it.
Pour la deuxième place, médaille d'argent, représentant Andorre.
Lots of support for François Ducourant, the AS Monaco football team physiotherapist. Roared on to a bronze medal here. Ahead of him, Paul Moyer, the 2-time Olympian for Andorra, with the silver. So 150.14 and then 149.44 for Ducourant and Moyer respectively. And then Mikalev of Malta, though, a clear winner by around 0.8 of a second, 148.65. The Maltese athletes.
Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national de Malte.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Malta.
Maria Vukovic at 190, second attempt then. Was already pretty close with the first, the Montenegrin European silver medalist in 22. That was even closer. Certainly bringing plenty of emotion to the competition. So just the one attempt remaining for Maria Vukovic.
Mesdames, Messieurs, nous allons procéder à la remise des médailles, la cérémonie protocolaire pour le javelot féminin. Les médailles seront remises par Monsieur le conseiller ministre de l'Intérieur, Monsieur Lionel Bèvre.
Victory ceremony, javelin for women. The medal will be presented by Mr. Lionel Bèvre, representant the main inferior of Principality of Monaco.
Looks like women's javelin medal ceremony. Ireni Theodorou, Cyprus, 50.91 for bronze. Brindis Embla Enosdottir, massive personal best by around 5 meters. 51.28. She's just 16 years of age and inexperienced with the senior javelin, hence the big breakthrough. Maria Bogovac of Montenegro, 51.91, a championship record for gold.
En deuxième position, les médaillés d'argent représentant l'Islande.
Silver medalist representing Iceland.
Mademoiselle Enosdottir. Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national du Monténégro.
So looking back at the best throws of the competition, Medea Bogovac, of course, already with that national record at the European Throwing Cup, at which she was 6th in Nicosia, having a good year. Byrne of Gibraltar in the one of a few events, the men's sprints, as we saw earlier. So, chance to see the Gibraltar vest. And Reese Byrne, no measurement in the first round. Just waiting to see what will happen in this second. Hofsi still leading the way with 7.62. Mohamed Kangeli of Albania 7.34 for second. Ian Paul Gresh of Malta 6.45 for 10th place.
Mesdames, Messieurs, la compétition à suivre sera la perche homme avec, pour représenter Monaco.
There's as many as 15 athletes involved in this long jump competition. One of the stronger Maltese events, though. We saw earlier a couple of athletes. Michaela Pace just outside the top three with 5.94 in the women's event, 5.46 for Rebecca Sade, also in the top 8. So it is the convention of just the top 8 getting the 4th, 5th and 6th attempts, though. Jean Waller. It's in the pole vault competition, so 4 athletes have entered the pole vault. Till Joly, who was in the high jump, involved again, along with Nikolai Bonello, as well for Malta, Andreas Kazamias of Cyprus, alongside the man we're looking at here. Next action on track expected to be the B final of the women's 400 metres. Scheduled for 4:10. Here is the lineup then. You can see 2 Armenian athletes. I believe Lilut Harutyunyan is also going in the 5,000 metres, which is quite an unusual double. Oh, now here's a piece of action to watch. The Monegasque pole vaulter warming up. And I suppose that is part of the pole vault, being upside down. And they are always gymnastically talented athletes, our vaulters. That's one for the social media. As well as Maria Vukovic dancing along to the music, I think. There's another good moment.
Chers amis, pour cette première finale 400 mètres féminin, au couloir numéro 2, représentant l'Arménie, Lilith Aboukanian. Au couloir numéro 3, représentant l'Arménie, Nina Mouradian. Au couloir numéro 4, représentant le Luxembourg, Julia Ticol.
So going through this lineup here, this is Julia Ciccone of Luxembourg. Two Armenians on the inside, Harit Yunyan and Muradyan, Ciccone's Martha Spiteri. And Malta, we just saw there, has a background in sports psychology and is also a coach. Medina Kutleshi of Kosovo, 57.7 at best. Josefa Mari Mikalev from Malta, and having a good last hour or so. And then Medina Fejzar of Kosovo on the outside.
On your marks.
So all but the innermost lane one being used here. The women's B race. Harit Yunyan, Muradyan, Ciccone, Spiteri, Kutleshi, Mikalev and Fejzar.
Set.
Spiteri, the fastest in the field, got that personal best of 56.54 at the European Athletics Team Championships, 3rd division in Malta last year. Harit Yunyan, an Olympian in Rio in 2016, who has national titles, not in this event, but in 800, 1500 metres and 400 metre hurdles. Going well there, you can see, looks like Spiteri in the red and white of Malta. A teammate on the outside, Mikalev, so could we be about to see a 1-2 at least in this B race? Looks like Ciccone trying to challenge, at least for the top positions. Coming through there as well, looks like Kutleshi. Just tying up a little bit here is Spiteri, allowing Kutleshi of Kosovo to come through very strongly. Ciccone might do so as well. 56.92 on the clock for Kutleshi. Looks like a personal best by 0.8 of a second. Helped very much by her strength inside the final 50 metres. Straight to high jump, Maria Vukovic. 2 failures at 190, both close, second one closer. What can she do? Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. Getting closer with each attempt. And it didn't really seem possible. Let's have another look. Well, from that angle, it looks pretty much spot on. Just the slightest of brushes on that bar. Anyway, it's still a gold from Montenegro, of course, following the men's javelin and women's javelin as well. Ioannidou getting Cyprus another silver. So, yes, if Cyprus aren't the gold medalists, then they're rarely outside of the top few, and that could be important overall. Kutleshi with a personal best, 56.88 to beat Spiteri. Same time as Ciccone, in fact. And Maltese athlete just given the nod. Looking at Aliyev of Azerbaijan in the men's long jump now. Update you on the men's pole vault shortly. So one change since we last looked. Vaher Arzumanyan of Armenia up into third place, 7.33 1 centimetre behind Kangeli of Albania. Very close there, second to fourth separated by just 3 centimetres. 6 athletes over 7 metres. Three failures, unfortunately, for Rhys Byrne of Gibraltar and Brian Avia of North Macedonia, who was in the high jump earlier. This is Vadim Doskal of Moldova, 6.87. That came in the second round. Of course, we're now got a few athletes left jumping in this third. All of the leading contenders yet to jump in the third round here. Said I'd update you on the men's pole vault. Bar at 440. Looks like Kazamias of Cyprus and Voloch of Monaco will enter at the next height. Tiljoli, one failure, 440. Nikolai Bonello is clear. As we see Arzumanyan, as mentioned, in third place in the long jump. So high jump all concluded. So just long jump and pole vault, the two field events ongoing, and then we're waiting for the women's 400A final. And then 3 races for the men after that to take us onto the women's 1500 metres in around 35 minutes time. The man in second place, Mohamed Kangeli. Again with that rotation, trying to stay in the air for as long as possible, improving throughout his series so far. Can he continue that momentum? .762, the leading mark at the moment. His personal best 7.73. There you are. So it looks like an improvement again. This time by 9 centimetres. I believe this is Andreas Halakidis of Cyprus in fourth place, 7.31.
Au couloir numéro 6, représentant la Moldavie, Madalina Koulia. Au couloir numéro 7, représentant l'Albanie, Liana Begili. Et au couloir numéro 8, représentant la Géorgie, Anna Sobotsy.
Right, next a final matchup here. Women's 400 metres. From the inside, Daniela Godinho Ferreira of Luxembourg. Alicia Chico of Albania. Aro Carballo of Andorra. Calliope Conturi, one of the top athletes to watch out for here. 4x400 metres national record holder. That came to win the Games of the Small States of Europe in Andorra last year. Ela Gulieva alongside for Azerbaijan. Madalina Kulea for Moldova. Personal best of 54.77 in Volosan, Greece last year. Ileana Bekiri of Albania, who's represented her country at 4 European Team Championships, and Anna Sukadze of Georgia on the outside. So these athletes, apart from Conturi, all around the 54-55 sort of range. So Conturi doesn't have to be at her best to win this. Her personal best, 52.58. Cyprus starting to rubber stamp their authority on the competition overall, and in terms of Conturi within this race. So Conturi floating nicely through this top bend, down in this home straight now, and Kulea of Moldova chasing her. Guliova in third place. Possible battle between these two, but Conturi well clear. Kulea takes second. Gulieva third, 53.68. Very interesting to see the times in particular for those behind and how they compare to their personal bests. Incidentally, the winning time of the B race, 56.88, and all three comfortably faster than that. So our medalists will all come from the A. Is a personal best, 54.25 for Kulea here in second place by nearly half a second. Gulieva, a national record, 54.64. PB by nearly 0.3 of a second. His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco, with the binoculars out, sitting next to European Athletics President Dobromir Karamanov, and just peeking into shot there, I think, was Biljana Danicic. So, full result then. Women's A final. Calliope Conturi of Cyprus, 53.64 season's best. Madalina Kulea, Moldova, 54.25 personal best. And fastest ever time for an athlete from Azerbaijan there, Gulieva in third. 54.6. So live coverage of the European Challenger Championships in Monaco. Stadium that will host the meeting Hercules on the 10th of July this year as part of the Diamond League International Circuit. We're looking at the medal presentation for the women's high jump, led by the athlete who was the favourite going in, Maria Vukovic, the 2022 European silver medalist for Montenegro, making history on that occasion. And here she's got another gold. So 184, the best clearance in the end, despite her being so close to 190 on all three occasions. Picking up the bronze, and it's her second bronze of the day following the women's 100 metre hurdles, is Maria Run Gunnlaugsdottir. 166 needed in the end, and I'm sure she won't mind me saying it's a relatively modest height compared to the others, certainly, who've been over 191 in the past, but 2 podium finishes is super impressive nonetheless.
Enfin, en première position pour la médaille d'or, représentant le Monténégro, Marija.
Ioannidou, of course, a world under-20 high jump bronze medalist, and an improving athlete. 2 strong Cypriot athletes in the high jump, of course, the women's side, Elena Kulichenko as well. 4th was Ioannidou at the European under-23s, unlucky to miss out on a medal. Vukovic, though, as I say, could be a contender for the podium at the European Senior Championships in Berlin.
Mesdames et messieurs, vos applaudissements pour le podium.
Aliyev in the long jump for Azerbaijan finds himself in 8th place. Cutting a frustrated figure. His teammate actually doing quite well in 4th, Kazgin Abashadeh. 7:10 for 5th place. He's just been pushed down into. Traihovsi, Krengeli and Azumanyan of Armenia. Of course, the great European record holder Robert Emian of Armenian origin, and obviously picking up the coaching of a lot of his countrymen and athletes from that region as well, continuing that jumping tradition. Emian, of course, a European champion 40 years ago now, in 1986, and his record set a year later, 8:86.
On your marks.
So, having seen 2 races of the women's 400 metres, now we're going to see 3 for the men over 1 lap. Nathan Myers, Malta, in lane 4. 4 athletes in this. Probo Benvenuti of San Marino alongside Luca De Souza of Gibraltar and Vahe Agbargian of Armenia in the blue on the outside. Well, looks like this is a strong first 200 metres for Luca De Souza of Gibraltar. Let's see who challenges now. Provo Benvenuti of San Marino. Certainly the sprint seems to be San Marino's strongest suit, already with those 100 victories, but Malta, I think you'd say, quite strong generally across the track relative to the other nations here. Nathan Myers, 49.94, his personal best. Let's see if he can beat that here. Being roared on here is Myers. So I think he's going to do it, yes, comfortably. 49.38 for a big PB, according to the data in the event system. Also for De Souza as well, it's showing that that's a personal best by 1.3 seconds. Certainly really attacked that first 200 metres. Some of these athletes may not have run on a track of this calibre before. This is a decent track. I know certainly the track in Marsa in Malta is also rated as a decent track for sprints. But a quality Mondo surface would be valued, particularly for sprints. The feedback off the surface. Myers 49.34 confirmed that personal best. 2 400-metre races left to go. And then 1500 and 5000 and relays. Men's long jump still ongoing. Women's high jump has concluded. Men's high jump obviously earlier. Won by Cheryl Gaspar of Luxembourg before Maria Vukovic of Montenegro, best of 184 in the end. This is the Armenian that I was mentioning a little before. Vahir Arzumanyan, 7:33 for third place. 10 centimetres off Kangeli, Armenia, second. Andreas Trachowski, the leader, has actually passed the third round. Either he's maybe got a bit of an injury or doesn't feel the need to jump at the moment. I mean, they're only 19 centimetres behind them. Okay. Kangeli finds himself in second place, the main challenger at the moment to Trachowski, and of course he did improve by 9 centimetres between rounds 2 and 3.
Pour être le plus complet sur ce concours, le chypriote Andreas Kazamias et le monégasque Jean Golov.
Vadim Doskolov of Moldova.
Ça peut être 80, ce qui veut nous dire qu'ils n'ont pas encore commencé le concours les concours dans quelques minutes dans ce concours de perche messieurs. Alors que vous l'avez vu, Nicolas a franchi dès la première tentative les 4,80 m et par conséquent 10 cm sont rajoutés dans ce concours de perche. Elle se rapproche des 5 mètres, 4,80 m à présent.
C'est bon? Ouais, c'est bon?
Au départ, la finale du 400 mètres messieurs. Au couloir numéro 3, représentant l'Azerbaïdjan, Mirat Tegiev. Couloir numéro 4, représentant l'Albanie, Stevie Kirekou. Couloir numéro 5, représentant Monaco.
Doskolov running through there in the long jump. Back to the 400 metres. Tagiev, Kirekou, Sfaxi, Baldini and Bonnet. 2 Monegasque athletes in this one. Maltese on the outside, Azerbaijan and Albania on the inside. So Karim Shafaxi winner of the Games of the Small States of Europe in the 4x400 meters relay 3 years ago, and Baldini, his best achievement also perhaps coming in the relay in 2019, winning that same event. 38-year-old now, but does have fastest personal best on paper, may well be closer than that. Let's see. Tagiev, Kereku, Shvachi, Baldini, Bonnet.
Set.
Well, going out nicely is Kereku, but in all honesty, it's quite even at this stage in the race, as we hoped it might be. Tagiev with some work to do to stay in contention, but he's really pushing there down the back straight. Goodness. I wonder whether he'll pay for that later in the race, or is generally going to come through. Sfaxi perhaps just about leading overall as we wait for the stagger to unwind. Tagiev is still there. Be super impressed if he manages to win this. Two Monegasque athletes though, shouts of allez for them. Sfaxi coming through, 48.79 his personal best, not too far away from it, 49.12 across the line from Baldini. A race to come. So just a B race, but still a moment of celebration really for local fans and those supporting the Monaco team. A 1-2 finish in the 400 meters with the A race still to come. There's still an outside chance that that time could feature in the top 3. Only 2.5 tenths faster than the C race. I think those in the A race will be faster than 49.09.
Vous le voyez à l'écran, la perche qui se poursuit, 4,90 m. Elle est
There's the result of the B final. Pole vault still ongoing. Just having a look there, and all athletes still remaining, are they? Oh no, Till Joly, 3 failures at 4:40, his best 4:20, and waiting for the Monegasque athlete Jean Voloche to enter. Apologies for any mispronunciations, by the way. Don't always see all of these athletes, obviously, at the European Championships or elsewhere on the circuit, of course, indeed. So a lot of new names as well as some very familiar faces like Maria Vukovic. Nikolai Bonello, bar at 4:90. He's cleared the last 2 heights for the first time of asking. Bonello, personal best showing as a 4:85, so I think this is going to be a 5 centimetre PB if he can do it, but actually a level off there, not quite climb enough. And his long jump appears to be in the 4th round. They are quite long rounds. Andreas Trakowski passing since the 2nd round when he took the lead with 7.62. So he may have one last jump left, but we'll wait and see. He may have been nursing an injury coming into this competition. First sight of the Monegasque athlete Jean Voloche in the pole vaults. Climbs very high there, does Woloch, and does go over 490 quite comfortably there. Well, Jean Woloch does have a personal best of a 550 set in 2019. This is then the A final of the men's 400 metres coming up. So really looking forward to seeing this battle. Kjartan Oli Bjarnason of Iceland, 49.19 at best. Paul Blasi of Andorra alongside him. In the navy vest, 48 seconds exactly his PB. Glenn Lassine of Luxembourg for the national record in the 4x400 metres, along with his compatriots to come first at the Games of the Small States of Europe last year. Pavlos Nicolaou, Cyprus, reigning Cypriot silver medalist, PB 46.97. In lane 5, Franco Burai, 2019 European Under-23 finalist, 45.87. The Albanian fastest man in the field, but only on paper. Alongside him, Mihailo Rosenovic, 47.40 for the Montenegrin. Ivan Galushko of Moldova in lane 7, 47.05 at best. And then on the outside for North Macedonia, the best of 48.65 will be Mikhail Petrov. So haven't been too many of these finals, in fact, that have had 8 different nations represented. Iceland, Andorra, Luxembourg, Cyprus, Albania, Montenegro, Moldova and North Macedonia. It's quite interesting how the seeding works out, in fact, if they don't use all 8 lanes, as we have seen in some of the races, and not all feature in the faster race. You know, would you want to have a slightly better lane, or would you want to be in the faster race? I guess different athletes would differ. Let's see how things go in the men's 400 metre A race. 49.09, the target time that I'm sure they'll comfortably beat. So going well here is Burai in the red and black of Albania, trying to make up ground on Rosenovic of Montenegro. Moving on to the back straight. Cheers from watching spectators, very close at this point. Burai still trying to hold his form strongly into this top bend. Nicolaou of Cyprus with work to do here, but watch out for him coming through on the inside, still to get a good position. Even if Cyprus don't end up top of the standings, they still challenge, and that's what they're doing here. Burai trying to push hard in the closing stage of the 400 metres. Always hurts, always painful, but looks good for him. 46.48 from Nicolaou of Cyprus in second place. Fantastic victory there for Albania.
You have the schedule of the podium.
46-45 then for the Albanian, and then the Cypriot second, you can see there, Galushko of Moldova, third, 47-40. So that concludes the sprint action of any kind, I guess. In individual terms, just the 1500, 5000 and then medley relay to come. As we see full confirmed results, second and fourth places getting PBs. Can tell you that in the long jump we are into the final round, and only change of note really is Andreas Michailidis up into third ahead of Arzumanyan. So the Cypriot ahead of the Armenian. They are on the same distance though. And well, it looks like that's concluded there. So that tells me that Ferhosi not going to have his final attempt. Passing right the way through after the second round, but holding on for victory by 16 centimetres from Mohamed Kangeli of Albania and Andreas Michailidis of Cyprus. Another medal for them, going to second best distances. His was 7:31 compared to Arzumanyan's 7:28. Pole vault. Last time we looked, 3 athletes were still left in the competition. This is Kazamias of Cyprus. Oh, looked like he had just enough height there, but bringing the bar down. So Bonello, 3 failures at 490. Joly, 3 failures at 440 for Malta and Luxembourg respectively. Kazamias was going at 5 meters there and has 1 failure there. But Jean Wolosz passing at 5 meters, so hence we're not seeing him at this stage. So presumably go up to 5:10 next, and we'll wait and see if Kazamias is still in the competition by that stage. If he is, then Wolosz would need to jump again to make sure that he gets the gold medal. This looks like the ceremony for the women's 200 meters. Azzopardi, Gasparelli, Fotopoulou making their way out. And more medals being presented by His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco here in the Principality.
Les récompenses pour le 200 mètres féminin. Les médailles seront remises par Son Altesse Sérénissime le Prince Albert II.
Victory ceremony of 200 meters women. The medal will be presented by His Serene Highness the Prince Albert II.
En troisième position, représentant Malte, médaille de bronze.
Bronze medalist representing Malta,
Claire Azzopardi.
Clara Azzopardi, who is a talented jumper as well. That's perhaps how she's best known. Certainly coming through the European age group competitions. 26 years of age now, but yes, she did do the long jump at the World Championships in Eugene 4 years ago, Commonwealth Games, European indoors and out she's done. 6:21 long jump PB. Gasparelli, Alessandro Gasparelli following that 100 victory and gets second in the 200, so the same top 2 in the same order as the Games of the Small States of Europe last year. Olivia Fotopoulou just doing the 200 meters here. Interesting to see her over the 100 against Gasparelli, but I'm sure we'll see that battle again in future. So follows the victory for her sister Philippa in the long jump.
ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Cyprus.
Allez, la photo souvenir. Vos applaudissements encore pour les 3 finalistes de ce 200 mètres féminin. Et on va enchaîner avec la seconde cérémonie protocolaire dans quelques secondes maintenant, le temps d'effectuer à nouveau la mise en place pour le 200 mètres, cette fois-ci masculin.
Du côté de la perche, nous allons retrouver à 5,12 m le skieur Anders Casamias.
So Jean Wolosh here in the pole vault. Let's see what he can do. Another clean clearance there for the athlete representing Monaco. First time clearance at 5:06. Now, Casamias of Cyprus did clear 5 meters second attempt and is now passed at 5:06. So they're now operating in separate windows. We'll see how it all comes together potentially at the next height. Men's 200 meters medal ceremony, second podium of the day for David Walig.
Silver medalist representing Cyprus,
Monsieur Alexander James Beatty.
Yet another medal for Cyprus, Alex Beachy with a silver, 21.68, just 0.02 ahead of Walig.
Enfin, en première position,
In front of the pair of them though, Graham Pellegrini of Malta, 21.37 for a season's best.
et médaillé d'or, Monsieur Graham.
The problem for Malta is that in the overall placing table, Cyprus just sticking to everyone else like glue.
Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez vous lever.
Cyprus now with 10 golds or silvers, 6 gold medals, 11 medals in total, 4 more than anyone else.
for the national anthem of Malta.
Voilà pour le podium des 3 finalistes du 200 mètres hommes et les récompenses remises des mains de son Altesse Sérénissime, le prince Albert II. On va poursuivre dans quelques secondes maintenant, le temps d'effectuer effectivement la mise en place après ce podium des 200 mètres avec le 1500 mètres femmes.
Et oui, il est l'heure à présent de retrouver le 1500 mètres féminin.
Start list then for the final of the women's 1500 metres. Coming your way next on track. Men's 1500 in around 10 minutes time.
Représentant l'Arménie, Marie Sartian. Représentant le Luxembourg,
Expecting to see 7 athletes in the 1500. So interestingly,
représentant le Luxembourg,
smaller field than the 12 that we had for the 800s.
représentant l'Islande, Kevla Margaret.
Perhaps few athletes wanted to double up. That could be one reason. Gina McNamara is one of those doing so. First Wolosh here. We've already seen him clear at 5:06. Clear at 5:17 now, which has been passed by Casamillas. So I wonder whether that's gamesmanship or strategic and just a matter of chance. We'll see how it all works out. So 7 athletes here in the women's 1500 metres. Andrea Stavila Grosu of Moldova, Mari Sargsyan, Armenia, Vera Bertemis Hoffman, best known of the athletes perhaps of Luxembourg, or surely 4:05:58 at best. Fanny Goy, her compatriot. Embla Margaret Hreimsdottir of Iceland. Gina McNamara, as mentioned, who was second the 800. And Grisa Bakraci of Kosovo on the outside in the blue. Stavila Grosu was also in the 800 metres earlier. Bertemis Hoffman, World University silver medalist 3 years ago. European indoor 1500 metre 8th place. She got that same year in Istanbul.
Que le concours continue de s'emballer dans ce concours de perche que nous aurons un plaisir à suivre. Le départ du 1500 mètres féminin dans quelques secondes.
Women's 1500 metre race underway. And we did see an initial burst of pace in the 800 metres, then the race slowed down, and then we saw a 59-second last lap split. Gina McNamara has that race in her legs. Not too bad rest time between, but compared to the other fresher athletes like Vera Bertemis Hoffman, could make the difference here. Hoffman, who, along with quite a number of athletes that we've seen today, such as Alessandra Gasparelli, was at the World Indoor Championships in Torun. The personal best that I mentioned of 4:05:58 came in Poznan last July, and she's part of a group of 3 that have clearly broken away here. The others being McNamara, who we've talked about, the US-based athlete who did the double at the European Team Championships in Maribor over 800 and 1500, beating Anita Hinriksdottir among others. But the other athlete is Gresa Bakraci, 4:14 national record holder, her personal best. That time set in Nerja in Spain on the 20th of May as we have a look at the split screen. So seeing a lot of Wolosh here. Again going clear, the Monegasque athlete, this time 5:27, a height at which Casamillas, they're finally at the same height again, has failed once. So that's how things stand, just the 2 of them left. Back to this 1500 metres. Yes, I was saying Bakraci, recent improver. And it's just the 2 of them now as we focus on the 1500 metres. Bakraci, the sole Kosovan athlete at the World Championships in Tokyo last year. And McNamara with others to company. Could be important for Malta in the overall placings table. They're currently second. It's Luxembourg that are chasing behind in third. So Bertemis Hoffman wants to try and win this one and put some distance between herself and McNamara. Looks like it might be Stavila Grosu of Moldova in 4th. But Bertemis Hoffman looking strong here. Fortunately don't have a clock on screen at this moment in time. The Luxembourg athlete who has national records over this distance, along with 3,000 metres mile and 5,000. Was at the Olympic Games in Paris as well, made the repechage round. A bit of a collector's item that as well. World Indoors and European Heats that year as well. So top four using the entire length of this home straight between them, hitting the bell. Bakracci a few seconds behind, and you can see there, looks like the Moldovan vest of Stavila Grossu in third. So Bertams Hoffmann with an impressive display here. Championship record was actually set by Gina McNamara, 4:45.43. Seems hard to believe that that is the championship record, but that's what's showing on the Open Track website. So Bertams Hoffmann, you expect her to smash that. So Bertams Hoffmann, you can see clock ticking over 4 minutes only just now, so this is going to be an impressive time. Let's have a look here. She comes up towards the line. There is the clock on screen. So 4:14.89. And in order to contend with that, Bakracci would have had to better her national record again. Very respectable second place for the Kosovo. McNamara in third place.
Allez, on va regarder également à la perche la troisième tentative pour le pilote Andreas Casamias. 5,27 m, c'est la barre à franchir.
Early stage of the race, Bertams Hoffmann battling with Gresa Bakracci of Kosovo. Further back, that's her teammate Fanny Goy.
Il est en bout de piste du côté de la perche. La perche est levée.
So Thraimsdottir, Goy and Sargsyan, 5th, 6th and 7th, outside of the positions we discussed already.
Malheureusement, ça ne passera pas pour le chypriote qui termine donc ce concours après avoir été 5,12 m.
Et alors on nous annonce une barre à 5,32 m pour Jean Voloc qui a déjà signé son record.
So impressive result there. First of all, the time for Bertams Hoffmann in terms of the distance between her and Bakracci, and then Kosovo a second place.
Parfaitement complet, Jean a déjà franchi 5,50 m. C'est son record personnel. Donc une barre qui sera vraisemblablement amenée à monter encore un peu plus dans ce concours de perche. On le voit à l'écran. 5,40 m, c'est la prochaine barre. 5,40 m, c'est ce qui vient de s'afficher à l'instant. Il est seul dans ce concours, il peut donc choisir cette barre, cette prochaine.
Nikolai Bonello of Malta went out with a best of 480, and since then these two athletes in the competition climbing up to 5:27. Plenty of passing in the middle of all of that. Showing us Andrea Casamias, we haven't seen him for a while, but 3 failures at 5:27, so it looks like this man, John Wallace, we've seen all of his attempts. is the winner for Monaco. I'm trying to keep the windsock out of his way. He's going to attempt 540. And his personal best is only 10 centimetres higher. 521 coming into this competition this year at the Journée Athlétique Monégasque, which quite a few of the athletes did last month. A few of the home athletes, obviously, I mean. Yes, he hasn't cleared 540 since 2024. He did it in Miramar in January and February of that year. So only in 4 seasons of the 34-year-old's career has he vaulted this high successfully, but not today. 2 more attempts remaining. The men's 1500 metres final then underway. 3 3/4 laps of the track. And in this race we have Astrid Kriziu of Kosovo, Matthew Azapardi of Malta, Fabrice Relan of Luxembourg, Rafael Luff of Monaco, Yervant Mkhitaryan of Armenia, Paul Moyer, who we've already seen, of course, in the top 3 of the 800 metres for Andorra. No surprise, because he was one of quite a few athletes that spread themselves very thinly right across the Andorran team at the European Team Championships last year. And Nathan Girardin, also of Monaco, in this race then. Well, Kriziu is interestingly their 300 metre national record holder, but has done 1500 metres at the European Team Championships before. Mkhitaryan, the World University Games bronze medalist over this distance 5 years ago, and went to the Olympic Games in Paris. He's their 800 metre national record holder with 1:49.9, but you can quite clearly see a breakaway of the top 2 athletes led by Mkhitaryan. And looks like Paul Moyer in second place. 2-time Olympian, as I mentioned earlier. The flag bearer at the Rio closing ceremony. So the gap behind then looks like the 2 Monaco vests you can see in 3rd and 5th. Girardin personal best 4:08. Rafael Luff, the son of Paula Radcliffe and Gary Luff, just 15 years of age, so one of the youngest competitors across the competition. Of course, we did see a silver medalist in the women's javelin, only 16, get a massive personal best. But these 2 really breaking away around 1:48 as they came through with 2 to go. And this group that's chasing behind, just content at the moment to do some work by themselves and see what happens in this race. Mkhitaryan, interesting tactics to really take it out ahead of Moyer. 3:35.6 his personal best, so not too far between them, around 3 seconds on paper. Moyer, the national record holder for Andorra, setting that 2 years ago in Nice.
Et dans quelques instants, il va s'élancer pour tenter de franchir ces 5,40 m.
Hitting the bell, 2:48 on the clock, and Mkhitaryan proving worth his lead at this point. But Moyer, as we so often see, athlete very happy to sit on the shoulder and wait to pounce. Looks like it might be the Maltese vest now in 3rd place, Matthew Azapardi. Following that strong victory earlier for his teammate Jared Mikalev in the 800 metres. But these 2 just cannot be separated. A little acceleration there from Mkhitaryan in the blue of Armenia. And Moyer has that race in his legs with the 800, just like we were saying for McNamara, who ended up 4th for Malta in the women's 1500 a moment ago. And Moyer, I think, settling here for 2nd, so very impressive. First victory of the competition for Armenia. And Yervan Mkhitaryan The Paris Olympian, 3:42.78 from Moya. And look at this, good battle. Relan and Girardin, 3rd and 4th. Oh, actually, we're looking at 4th and 5th because they're behind Other Party, just ahead of them in shot. So results going up quite quickly on the European Athletics website and the event website athlé.matsport.com. You can see their personal best, 3rd, 4th and 5th, interestingly. Obviously, despite the much quicker pace up front, they still held on strong and ran their own race as a group. So in the end, 4 athletes sub 4 minutes. Girardin personal best just outside, breaking for 4 minutes 54. Criziu 4:02.22. Raffle Lauf 4:07.48 in 7th place. So those all behind the top 3. Mkhitaryan, Moya, Azzopardi. So Yervan Mkhitaryan wanted to make sure that there was something to celebrate for Armenia. He's got that with a gold medal ahead of Moya of Andorra, Azzopardi of Malta. Malta, you think, cementing themselves as 2nd overall. Just having a look at the latest. There's a placing table and a medal table on the event website that I described, athlé.matsport.com, and then just select the competition. So looking at the medal standings first of all, and that PDF is being updated. Cyprus have 13 medals overall, including 6 golds. Malta in 2nd, 7 medals, 3 golds. Luxembourg 6 medals and also 3 golds. So it was a relatively clear top 3s emerging, but then again only takes golds to trump in terms of placing table, in terms of medal standing, sorry, and in terms of placing table, so this is including everything down to 8th place, and obviously 1 point for 8th, all the way up from there. So Cyprus with 105, from Malta 72, and Moldova 68, level with Iceland, but ahead based on 2nd place results, 4 versus 3 for Moldova versus Iceland. Luxembourg in 5th, 63 points. Armenia 13th out of 15 in the table, but getting that gold medal then, great to see. Just like Kosovo, last in the table at the moment, but getting a silver, which hasn't been factored into that result just yet. So I'll come back and update that in a moment. This, of course, is the men's long jump medal ceremony. Andreas Makalidis, Cyprus, 7:33. That came down to 2nd best distances, of which his was 3 centimetres further than Arzamanyan of Armenia. Kangeli of Albania, 7:46 for silver. Trajkovski, 7:62 for gold.
Médaille d'or représentant la Macédoine du Nord.
Trajkovski in the top 8 at the European Indoors in Apeldoorn last year. And he's taken place in many international championships, including the Europeans in Rome 2 years ago, and likely to see him in Birmingham this year. All goes to plan. A finalist as well at the World Indoors in Glasgow in 2024. So victories being spread right across the nations, from Armenia to San Marino, Monaco, and now North Macedonia.
Of North Macedonia.
single 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th,
On va poursuivre dans
but they
quelques
had been in
instants
the
avec
top
les cérémonies
4 on
protocolaires
all of the other occasions, I
menées
guess.
jusqu'aux 5000 mètres
Helps when you enter a team in every single event, of course.
qui vont se dérouler
So
dans
just doing the
quelques
maths
minutes.
quickly, I make that 83
Cette magnifique enceinte du Stade Louis II.
points
Allez, ça sera
out
tout
of their
d'abord le
105 have come from being in the top 2. So
compétition à vivre encore parce qu'il y en a
13 podiums in total
à partir de 18
out of 23 events.
mètres femmes suivi du 5
Super impressive from the Cypriot team. Iceland not at full strength here.
les relais
Luxembourg neither.
Allez.
So Iceland, missing some of their top sprinters and throwers. Luxembourg without Patricia van der Weken. Or some others we didn't see. Vera Hoffman. We saw Vera Hoffman, sorry. I'm thinking of Victoria Rausch. That's it in the women's sprint hurdles. Who else? Guess Ruben Carin-Jean. Interestingly, not every single event though contested here. No steeplechase, no hammer, no discus. So slightly shortened programme in that sense. And obviously Cyprus would have done even better with a hammer, given their strength of hammers, but one of their best events. Valentina Sava and Josif Kassidis.
Les médailles seront remis par
Still plenty of action though, right through from 10 o'clock local time. Broadcast here starting at 1 o'clock and continuing with the relays to come. Obviously the 5,000 metres, the only individual action on the track before that. The men's pole vault looks like Jean Wallace. 3 failures at 5:40, so he's the winner for Monaco. Men's long jump, women's high jump has concluded, so yes, looks like just the 5,000 in the relays now.
Silver medalist representing Moldova.
So Ilana Gulieva, bronze medal with a national record 54.64 for Azerbaijan. 400 metres. Madalina Kulia, personal best 54.25 for Moldova for silver. Calliope Konturi though, more than 6/10 ahead for Cyprus with the gold.
Gold medalist representing Cyprus.
Madame Calliope Konturi.
Should mention as well that Valieva breaking her own national record there was 54.83 from the World University Games in Chengdu, China 3 years ago.
Merci de bien vouloir vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national de Chypre.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Cyprus.
Good shout out to Valieva from the point of view she's a T13.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de bien vouloir vous lever si vous le pouvez. Pour l'hymne
Following that victory for
national
Bourage,
de
the
l'Albanie.
national anthem of Albania.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Albania. Au départ, le 5000 mètres féminin. De l'intérieur vers l'extérieur, représentant le Kosovo, Merve Spahi. Représentant l'Arménie, Marie Syrian. Représentant l'Arménie, Lilith Aroudounian. Représentant Andorre, Adriana Pérez. Représentant le Vatican, Sarah Cardicelli. Représentant la Moldavie, Mihaela Botlari. Représentant la Andorre, Jan Gross. Représentant l'Islande, Iris Laura Slordadotir. Représentant le Luxembourg, Sandra Liners.
Watching live coverage of the European Challenger Championships in Monaco. Still quite sunny conditions, was 24 degrees at peak earlier in the day. 6 local time now. Women's 5,000 metre final. One DNS Lilith Harutyunyan, who was in the 400 metres earlier, I believe, so that's not too big a surprise there. Still her teammate Mari Sargsyan of Armenia in this. We'll discuss some more of the contenders once the gun goes. There it is. So 12.5 laps of the track here at the Stade Louis II. Now, women's and men's 5,000 metres, then the relays to come, of course, in medley relay format a little later on. I wonder whether Harutyunyan would be part of that instead. So, we have Kimberly Chinfat on the outside there for Luxembourg. Now, the 38-year-old, born initially in Trinidad, but has generally represented Canada, based in France, and part of the Luxembourgish Schifflanger club. So, yes, change of allegiance to Luxembourg in May last year, and that went brilliantly, because she won the 5,000 metres at the European Athletics Team Championships in Maribor last year. So that was the third division, of course. Her personal best coming in Brussels last year, so around about the same time as that victory in Maribor. 15:50:59, and that could be too much for anyone else in this field to live up to. I say could be. We've also got Redia Doughty, who's a 5 times national champion from Albania. And that includes in the 1,500 and the 3,000 metre steeplechase. So trying to follow in some very large footsteps, very large shoes to fill of Luisa Geiger. Of course, a winner of the European title and a holder of most Albanian national record, including the steeplechase 9:09:64. So one of the fastest Europeans in history, of course, and 15:16 over this distance. 16:40, the personal best of Doughty. Sandra Lehners, the other Luxembourgish athlete, their 10 kilometres road champion. Personal best 16:49. That came in Amsterdam last year. We've also got one of our quintet from the Vatican City, Sara Carnicelli. She was actually third at the Games of the Small States of Europe back in 2022, which is the multi-sport biennial competition, very similar to this. So interestingly, because the Vatican athletes compete as guests, she wasn't officially the bronze medalist, but they did give her an extra honorary bronze medal, a little bit like the athlete who was interrupted by a protester at the marathon at the 2004 Athens Olympics. Vanderlei de Lima, I think his name was, the Brazilian, given an extra medal, obviously completely different circumstances. 16:59, the personal best of Carnicelli. We'll also see Emiliano Morbidelli, the 48-year-old, in the men's 5,000 metres in the yellow vest. But as you can see here, a relatively steady pace. Kimberly Chinfat, yes, she's capable of running away from this field, but also doesn't want to push too hard in the opening stages here. So 10 laps to go, 3:25 for the opening kilometre. So round about 17 minutes pace, which would be a good time for many of these athletes, don't forget. Even if Chinfat has run sub 16. That looks like the red and white vest of Aurelia Doughty, that we thought might be one of the closest challengers. 16 years her junior, Doughty. New 3,000 metre PB this year of 9:46.76. That was an outright PB, but set indoors, as many do over 3,000 metres. Have a look along the close-up shot here. Coming into this top bend. They'll have 9 laps to go this time around. Well, at the European Team Championships, Kimberly Chinfat dominating there and showing her talent and her class, and she would have been perhaps a lesser known opponent, having previously represented Canada. She specialises in public health outside of sports, incidentally. And that was an impressive victory for her last year, because it was by a margin of half a minute from Andrea Kolbensdottir of Iceland. Not involved in this race, but it's a similar calibre of field, as I'm saying. And certainly Mari Sargstam, the Armenian I mentioned, is also in that race and finished 9th. Along the field, don't think anyone else notable was, but now we've got this group of 7 athletes that are clear of the rest. You've got one alone that's trying to bridge that gap. That might be Iris Dora Snorrarsdottir in the white of Iceland. Just checking her watch there. We did see personal best for those well back, some 12 seconds back off the top 2 in the end, doing their own work behind and going at a pace that they felt they were comfortable with. Just look at the expressions on the athletes. Always have to be too careful, or a little bit careful not to read too hard into those, but Chinfat looking so relaxed and looking though she's not working too hard out there. Doughty looks quite conscious of her position, looking up at the big screen. Lena's in 3rd place, a Luxembourg 1-3 at the moment. 8 laps to go. Looks like the Andorran Jean Kroos off the back of this group, 17:34 at best. So we could see some big margins taken off PBs. We'll keep an eye on the split as a bird comes flashing across the camera high up in the stand. was at the Scottish Athletics Championship once, where seagulls descended on the stadium as soon as the action finished to try and maybe grab a snack. I think it was the same at the Rome European Championships as well, actually. But had to take less evasive action on that occasion, maybe because it was a bigger stadium. So Kimberly Chinfat here, as you're saying, looking very composed, very relaxed. So on track, 7 minutes through 2 kilometres then. As we were saying, around 17 minutes. But she, you'd expect, would push on in the closing stages when everyone else is beginning to hurt. 7 laps to go now. So men's 5,000 metre to come, and then the relays over the next hour or so. Just having a look at the latest placing table then. After 24-28 events this time, Cyprus, Malta, Luxembourg now in the top 3. 112 points for Cyprus, so that's a margin of 23 clear of Malta. So at this stage in proceedings, Cyprus with 14 podiums, and Malta in second place with 9 podiums, and then Luxembourg with 6. Interestingly, Moldova do have 7, but no first places. Mardare in the javelin, first event of the day, would have been perhaps their favourite, given no Emilianov to go in the discus. No discus here at all, as they put a lap on Spahi, the Kosovan. Athletes hope to get a bit of a lift as they come through the home straight here. Botnari, part of the lead group, it looks like, and well, trying to be on the lead lap anyway. Let's just look to see if she was a back marker or not. But anyway, we've got a group of 5 athletes and 2 have dropped off. Chimvat for Luxembourg, Doughty for Albania, and then Sandra Linas, the Luxembourg 10k road champion.
se fait en plein soleil, le reste à l'ombre, donc un changement de température devant la course à de nombreuses reprises.
14 athletes in total in this race, and Kimberly Chinfat is starting to accelerate away. Perhaps a little earlier than we thought she might. Well, even if she just keeps up this pace, the gaps will start to open up. Doughty certainly looking a little less comfortable than she did a few laps ago. So just outside 10 minutes as we come through with 5 laps to go. 3:18 that time, so faster kilometre there. So now on for something around perhaps 16:45 pace. But it's all up to what Kimberly Chinfat has left at this stage and how fast she feels she wants to go. Entry standard for the European Athletics Championships in Birmingham is 15:05. But of course you'd expect these days, especially quite a number of athletes to make it through on ranking, especially over distances where you wouldn't necessarily get too many good opportunities to run a fast time. At the moment, those 16 athletes have qualified by entry standard with a number of 25 expected to be part of that race in Birmingham come August. Look at this though from Kimberly Chinfat. Let's have a look at this lap split. 4 laps to go now. So 78 that time around, faster than some of the 82nd that we've seen so far. One thing that interests me though is obviously Cyprus do have a strong lead in the overall standings, but there doesn't appear to be a Cypriot athlete on the start list unless I'm mistaken. So that's quite interesting. We've seen such a strength and depth right through the Cypriot team, including getting those podium finishes, 14 in total after 24 events, but seemingly not in the women's 5,000 metres. Anyway, this race is all about Kimberly Chinfat. Could be a winning margin of 100 metres here by the time she's finished with this race. Let's see what sort of pace she can work back to. It was 3:28.25, from memory in the first kilometre, or thereabouts anyway. So another 79-second lap this time around. Others beginning to hurt behind. So I haven't talked about her too much, but it looks like the other athlete contending for podium finish here is the battle for space there, overtaking Doughty. Lena's looked like she was going to do it, and then it's Ariadna Fenis of Andorra pushing on now. So often that fourth kilometre really starts to hurt, a really crucial phase, and that's where the battle between silver and bronze is changing. 1k to go now. 13:30 on the clock. Yeah, so still on for something around 16:45 to 17. Kimberly Chinfat, I think, will know now that she's produced a similar performance to what she did in Maribor, and there are just 2 laps to go. She's nearly inside the final 800 metres. And puts in another 79-second lap. So Ariana Fenis, interestingly, she made that overtake at speed, and then Doughty has continued to track her, and then Lena seems to have dropped well back. So Kimberly Chinfat, only performance I have from her this year. Earlier this month, 3,000 metres in Aulnay-sous-Bois in France, 9:42.53. Out here all alone. So much hard work that she's had to do by herself. (16:23) was her time in Maribor at the European Athletics Team Championships 3rd Division last year. You feel like she's going to be outside that time here, but yeah, only on a few occasions has she ever run faster. So one of them was that personal best at the International Flanders Outdoor Meeting last year in Brussels, the PB of 15:50 I mentioned. Slightly faster this time around as she pushes all the way to the finish. See, the others are about 15 seconds behind. So Kimberly Chinfat, 38 years old, has only run faster than this on around 6 occasions. And she's now pushing hard on this final lap. 16 minutes into this race. 12.5 grueling laps of racing here. A solo effort from the front. And the gap was 7, and then it was 5, and then it was 4, and she broke away from Doughty and her teammate Lena's and the rest. Looking up at the big screen, it looks like, make sure that this gap is solidified. It has been for some time, in truth. So still going to be a decent time. One of her best. Kimberly Chinfat, gold for Luxembourg. Emphatic and nearly 100 metres clear. 16:39.90. Her 7th fastest time of the 38-year-old's career. And look at this, Doughty coming back past for second. Looked a little bit uncomfortable at stages of the race, but then saved something for the very end. Looked like Fenish got third for Andorra then. Not sure what happened to Lena's, we didn't see it, but maybe she dropped out of the race. Otherwise dropped well back. There is Lena's, so yes, faded in the closing stages in the last kilometre or so, because she was right there with Doughty and with Fenish. A national record for the Andorran. Look at that result. 16:55, and Carnicelli of the Vatican City taking 4th. So Lena's one of the athletes that she overtook in the closing stages. 4th place for one of the Vatican athletes. Obviously same as the javelin, if I'm not mistaken, but there were only 4 athletes involved in that competition. A little bit surprised that we didn't see more javelin throwers involved. Yeah, the Vatican athlete actually not wearing a bright yellow vest, but wearing a vest very similar to Cyprus, with navy with a sort of white sash. Massive well done to Sara Carnicelli there. But of course, we know that she had come 3rd 4 years ago at the Games of the Small States of Europe.
Allez, chers amis, vous savez, si vous avez bien compté, vous avez vu qu'il reste un podium important à mettre en place. Il s'agit du podium du saut à la perche. Alors, dans quelques minutes maintenant, eh bien, ce sera le podium protocolaire du saut à la perche. Il était initialement prévu avant les 5000 mètres. Il sera entre les 2 5000 mètres. Il restera donc le 5000 mètres homme à courir. Et on va applaudir jusqu'à la fin, l'ensemble des athlètes qui finissent avec ce 5000 mètres.
Full result then, Kimberly Chimfat of Luxembourg, 16:39.85 from Redia Doughty, 16:54.54, 44 even. Ariadna Fenish of Andorra taking the bronze with a national record. Well, I believe that record did stand to Fenish at 17:17, so that is a 19-second national record and PB for the Andorran. seen lots of medal ceremonies today, and this the latest. And His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco back out to present.
Masculin. Les médailles seront remises par son Altesse Sérénissime, le Prince Albert II.
Victory ceremony of the pole vault men. The medal will be presented by His Serene Highness, the Prince Albert II.
Won by a Monegasque athlete, and that is perhaps the reason why His Serene Highness presenting these medals. Nicolai Bonello with the bronze for Malta, 480.
En seconde position, représentant
Andreas Kazamias had a good battle with our eventual victor. Highest height that he cleared was 512. It was after a number of past heights, and he did actually attempt 3 times 527, 15 centimeters higher.
et en première position, médaillé d'or représentant la principauté de Monaco.
Gold medalist representing Monaco.
Monsieur Jean Pollock.
Jean Wallach. 527 his best height. He did actually attempt 540 as well. A man who has a personal best of 550.
Mesdames, Messieurs, veuillez vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'hymne national de Monaco.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Monaco.
Voilà le podium pour le saut à la perche masculin sous vos applaudissements.
Others that have different heritages put on the Monaco vest today, similar to the Vatican, and being able to take part and pull on that vest quite important in terms of representation.
Représentant Monaco, Oscar Simonsen. Représentant la Moldavie, Maxime Rayenou.
The men's 5,000 metre final coming up next on track, the last of the individual events to be decided.
Représentant l'Arménie, Gervand Mirchan. Représentant l'Arménie.
A slightly smaller field compared to the women's race. Looks like we've got 10 athletes in this.
Kais Adli.
Again, decent Armenian representation. This Kais Adli of Monaco, following Mkhitaryan, 800-meter winner, and Alexandrian of Armenia. Spitarian Farouja for Malta. Vajhodin of Luxembourg alongside them. And some others that we didn't see initially, I don't think. Emiliano Morbidelli of Vatican City. So, 48-year-old president of Vatican Cycling. So also a decent cyclist as well. He oversaw the first ever occasion where a Vatican federation gained membership of an official world sport governing body by becoming a member of the International Cycling Union. So, yes, he was 5th in 2024, 6th in 2022, and by trade he is a hospital technician who has worked in the Vatican. So, quite a unique backstory there for the 48-year-old. We've also got Maxim Relianu, who has Balkan titles over 5,000 metres and the marathon as well. 14:09 his personal best. That was set in Cluj in Romania in 2020. You've got Mkhitaryan, who we've already mentioned, World University's bronze medalist in the 1,500 metres, an Olympian as well. Simon Spiteri, who has 5 national titles, none of them across this distance, but they include 1,500 metres, 3,000, 10,000 and 10k road. His personal best, 15:26:46, set in Vienna last June. And Gil Vajhodin of Luxembourg, a winner of the steeplechase. That perhaps is his best distance. And that was at the European Team Championships last year in Maribor, Slovenia. He also was in the heat of the European Under-23 Championships in Jerusalem in 2023. No Nahuel Carabanya, incidentally, who was initially entered for this event. And yeah, another athlete who's made history for their nation, making international finals. And another great steeplechaser, of course, but not here, sadly. And yes, who else? Gabriel Farouja, Maltese 5k and 10k and 10,000 metres champion. So, a real range of quality, of course, when you consider that Mkhitaryan is stepping up from the 800 metres, over which he holds the Armenian national record and has done the 1,500 metres. So I think this may be a tough race for him, but he showed himself to be a very wily competitor with great racing nous, leading the way early on in the 1,500 metres and then bringing it home strongly. Obviously, it'd be tough to employ the same tactics again in the 5,000 metres. Let's have a look here. John Wallach in the pole vault here, and a winning height for the athlete representing Monaco. So has looked strong throughout the competition. Very, very comfortable here inside the Stade Louis II. Bags of height there, sails over that bar. So one of the best moments of the day, of course, certainly from a home point of view, for the Monaco team. Doesn't always have the chance to celebrate on the international stage. Of course, small contingent, as we were saying, and some athletes putting on the Monaco vest today who we haven't seen wear that vest before. But still reasons to smile across track and field, including quite a few national records, 400 hurdles, long jump and others. Right then, this men's 5,000 metres, we've got a group of 8 athletes that you can see on your screen, and one other lone chaser well back. Again, it's a case of Luxembourg looking strong with Vajhodin. Personal best 14:25. Now, interestingly, he has a national title in the 3x1,000 metre relay. not a commonly run event. Certainly not many countries that would have a national title in that. Also 3 times Luxembourg steeplechase champion. So he's in second place there, and one of the Maltese athletes just heading in. I think that might be Gabriel Farrugia. They're both equally matched on personal best, the two Maltese. 14.26 for the pair of them. And then it looks like Macharian, the 1500 meter winner, in third place. I think that might be Oscar Simonsen in fourth. So we'll have another look as they come round this time. Starting to look like it might be a group of 6 before too long. Adley of Monaco just dropping off the back. So yeah, it is Simonsen in this lead group. It's Spiteri who's leading. Weicherding and Simonsen and Macharian are in there. Ralianu is the other one in this group. 8 laps to go. 71 second lap that time around. Well, Adley's trying to rejoin this group with the pace not pushing on at this stage. We'll have a look when they come to the split with 3k to go. A bit of ebb and flow to this race. 2:55 kilometre, 5:54 that time. So on for something outside 14:30 roughly if they continue this pace. That lap, a similar sort of pace what we saw before, 71 and then 72, and Adley looking like he can't manage this gap. It is a group of 6. So relays to come. Very interesting to see what sort of quartets we see and whether the athletes may be a little bit tired. Looks like there's a decent amount of rest time built in though to the program, with the first relay not set to start for another 20 minutes yet. Of course, these men still have a decent amount of running to do here. And we can even think about that. So you just wonder whether you should discount Macharian because he has that 1500 meter victory in his legs and ran that relatively hard from the front. Simonsen is there for Monaco. Weicherding, another one of the fresh legs. We've got Farrugia and Spiteri. 2 Maltese athletes at the front. Farrugia just gesturing that he wants a bit of space or is happy leading. Happy with the pace being set. A bit faster that time around. 6 to go. There is our cyclist and runner Emiliano Morbidelli. Nice to get a shot of the field further back, because so obviously it's much easier to just follow the leaders. Farrugia and Spiteri still as you were at the front. It's going to be somewhere between 14, 14 and 15 minute pace, we think, by the end of things, as Spiteri just checks his watch. Athletes will be glad that the 5,000 meters scheduled towards the end of the program, when the temperature cooling down a little bit. Now 23 degrees. Championship record in the 5,000 meters, one of those set in Malta in 2022, 14:08 for Dario Ivanovski of North Macedonia. He also championship record holder in the 3,000 meters, obviously not being run here today. That was set the year earlier in San Marino. Simonsen dropping off this group. Hadley behind him. Morbidelli actually doing well to maintain the gap behind. Didn't go off with the pace, but running his own solid race. Mkhitaryan making a move here. 5 athletes in this group. Ralianu, along with the 2 Maltese, as you were, with Mkhitaryan and Vijferdink. Still around 70 seconds each lap, similar to the 80-second laps that we saw from Kimberly Chinfat, pretty metronomic. So fairly shortly into the final kilometre then. What kind of changes are we going to expect here then? Mkhitaryan, yes, he has that race in his legs, but now, given that he's still in touch at this stage, you start to consider that he may be a factor, because he may have a better kick than some of the athletes around him in this group. Ralianu of Moldova can't get much closer to those in front. Start to lap some of the athletes further behind. Mamusha Tiron of Kosovo, that is, in the blue. But in the middle of all of that, Farrugia breaking away, and I don't think Spiteri has enough to go with him. Mkhitaryan will try and do so. He'll try and step on the gas and use his pace. But we are now inside the final 800 metres, and look at that, 2 seconds faster that lap that time around, 68 seconds. And Vijferdink, Spiteri and Ralianu look like they're content to battle over bronze, or are they? Mkhitaryan, of course, he's used some of that acceleration just then and burnt a bit of what he had left, all seeming to play into Farrugia's hands. Gabriel Farrugia, who we mentioned, the Maltese champion over 5k and 10k on the road, plenty of experience there, as well as 10,000 metres, so he has the endurance to hang on here. But Mkhitaryan getting closer and closer. So what's going on here? Is Farrugia making sure that he saves things for a final kick? Is Mkhitaryan managing this well? Farrugia, eyes looking up and down. Mkhitaryan questioning what's going on. 13:30, last lap. That was the fastest that we've seen in some time. 67:47, lapping Morbidelli from the Vatican. That's them in on the inside lane. Well wishes as they go through. Vijferdink in 3rd place, leading that gap, and Mkhitaryan down the back straight pushes on. No response from Farrugia. Look at this display. This man looks like he's about to complete a 1500 and 5,000 double. Super impressive from Yervan Mkhitaryan, the Olympian in Paris in 2024. And don't forget, barely any time between the two races in relative terms. The 1500 metres, 6 o'clock local time, and this at around 6:50 local time. So what a fantastic performance from Mkhitaryan to do the double for Armenia. 14:32, and Farouja nearly beaten by Vakadink on the line. Malta from Luxembourg 2-3 in the end. Yes, so around, let's say 6:05, 6:10 local time, that 1500 metre finished. This one a little behind schedule, that's worked in his favour somewhat. $1,500 almost his warm-up for this race. Some other athletes still have one lap to go. Adley coming through there. Graphic only picking up the top two so far, but we'll wrap that result in a moment. So let's say about 45-50 minutes between one race finishing and the other starting, or at least coming out onto the track for the next race being the 5,000 metres. And Yervan Mkhitaryan, super impressive. Again, yes, maybe not an athlete that you see too much of on the circuit, but amid the competition here today, he's done terrifically well just to produce his best and beat the competition in front of him. An athlete who's a World University Games bronze medalist in 2021.
Allez, chers amis, dans quelques minutes maintenant, le protocole de remise des médailles pour le 1500 mètres.
Behind at that stage with the lead group, though, when it became 8 and then became 5, and then suddenly in a 2. And Farouja, who'd pushed on to break the athletes, looked like it was working in his favour, but he couldn't break away from Mkhitaryan. So Yervan Mkhitaryan, $1,500 and 5,000 metre victory. Final individual race of the day, and as well as that, he is very close to his personal best, only missing it by a fraction.
Allez, bien sûr, mesdames et messieurs, jusqu'au bout, vous allez pouvoir l'accompagner. Pour ce 5000 mètres, il en termine.
So relay races concluding the programme over the next 40 minutes, and the first of those, the women's B final, scheduled to take place in 9 minutes time.
Pour remettre les médailles du 1500 mètres, dames, nous accueillons sur la pelouse du Stade Louis II Monsieur Joren Schweitzer, président de la Fédération allemande d'athlétisme.
Victory ceremony. 1,500 meters women. The medals will be presented by Herr Hohen, Schweizer, President of the German Athletics Federation. Médaille d'argent, médaille de bronze, bronze medalist. Representing Moldova, représentant la Moldavie, Andrea Stavila-Grosu.
Seconde de cette compétition et médaillé d'argent, représentant le Kosovo.
So Andrea Stavila Grosu, bronze medal in 4:25.82 for Moldova in the women's 1500 meters. Ahead of her with the silver, Gresa Bakraci, 4:21.45 for Kosovo.
Et première médaillée d'or, représentant le Luxembourg.
Gold medalist, representing Luxembourg.
Madame Vera Berten Hoffmann.
7 seconds nearly clear of the rest. Vera Bertens Hoffmann of Luxembourg, 4:14.86 the winning time.
Mesdames et messieurs, merci de bien
And
vouloir
so,
vous lever. Si
the
vous le
winning
pouvez, pour l'hymne
athlete
national.
from Luxembourg, that is the national anthem we're about to hear.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Luxembourg.
Allez, la belle photo de ce podium des 3 lauréates de ce 1500 mètres féminin. Quelques secondes, le temps de remettre en place le protocole et nous allons pouvoir récompenser les 3 hommes qui terminent en tête de ce 1500 mètres masculin.
You're watching live coverage of the concluding stages of the European Challenger Championships here in Monaco. Let's have a look then. After 25 of 28 events, the placing table can tell you that Cyprus 112 points, Malta 93, Luxembourg 89, 10 clear of Moldova. So yes, those nations more victories than anyone else. Cyprus 6 victories, Malta with 3 and Luxembourg with 5.
Pour la remise des
But
médailles
overall,
de ce 1500
Malta
mètres
having
masculin,
more medals
d'accueillir
than Luxembourg, so that of course is down to placings all the way down to 8th.
Fédération arménienne d'athlétisme.
And then in the medal
Victory
standings,
ceremony 1,500 meters.
are ahead of Malta because
The
of
medal will
more
be presented
golds.
by Mr. Robert
Cyprus still with
Amelian
14 medals
of the
overall.
Armenian Athletics Federation.
En troisième position, médaillé de bronze représentant Malte,
Bronze medalist representing Malta.
Matthew Azopardi.
Medals for the men's 1500 metres now, having just seen the women's ceremony. Matthew Azopardi with the bronze there. Yes, middle distance particularly strong it seems for Malta today.
En deuxième position et médaillé d'argent,
Amara silver in the
représentant la
800 metres.
d'Andorre,
Calaf in the men's 800 if I'm not mistaken, trying to...
Andorra.
It all blurs into one after a while.
Moya.
Paul Moya with a silver medal. 3:45.50, again his second podium. And Yervand Kuchan.
Et enfin, en première position, médaillé d'or représentant l'Arménie.
Gold medalist.
So Robert Emian, we mentioned earlier, the European long jump record holder, handing out the medal. First of all, the bronze to Azopardi, silver to Moya, and his countryman now, Yervan Mkhchalian, gold.
Mesdames, Messieurs,
And of course,
merci de
he
bien vouloir
still
vous lever.
has one gold medal to be presented in a moment's time, the 5,000.
De l'Arménie.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand.
So the national anthem of Armenia next.
National anthem of Armenia.
Allez, chers amis, on va continuer. Pour finir cette compétition, on va vous proposer les deux relais suédois. Relais suédois d'abord féminin avec la finale B et A. Et ensuite, un petit peu plus tard, ce sera à 19h40, le relais suédois homme, finale B et A.
Well, we're just waiting for the teams to come out for the medley relay. This is the B final for the women. Kosovo, Albania, Georgia, San Marino, Azerbaijan, Armenia. Men's finals to follow after women's B and A. So, yes, expecting this to be 100, 200, 300 and then 400. One leg each, of course, in that order. Similar to what we have at the European Athletics Under-18 Championships. That's been the precedent since 2016, I'm going to say, Tbilisi, Georgia. So we've had 10 years of those championships now. Tbilisi, Georgia, 2016, and then Yor in 2018 following that. And then more recently, Jerusalem, Banska Bystrica. Coming up this year, of course, in Rieti, one of the major events to look forward to from a European athletics perspective, one of the championship events. So those taking place between the 16th and the 19th of July in Rieti, which is previously hosted European Age Group Level Championships in the Stadio Rau Guidobaldi. Already some that have come through. Bansko Bistritza stepping up to under 20 level the year later in Tampere, Finland. Yeah, another great host of age group level championships. So the Kosovo team, we've already seen Kutleshi come through for a strong victory earlier. Albania alongside Lana Bikiri, perhaps their strongest talent within this final. Really, they're trying to set a time for the A final to beat. It's hard to say really when you try and seed relay quartets because you don't know who the personnel will be within them. Kashila going to lead Georgia off here from lane 3. We're looking straight to Azerbaijan, interestingly, so either the camera not showing San Marino or San Marino DNS.
Mesdames et messieurs, il est l'heure du premier relais suédois, la finale B féminine. Couloir numéro 1, le Kosovo. Couloir numéro 2.
Armenia on the outside then.
Couloir numéro 3, la Géorgie. Couloir numéro 4, Saint-Marin.
Well, it looks to me like San Marino are indeed there, so Gasparelli, I think, leading them off. And they should have quite a strong quartet here. Don't forget, we did say that the sprints are San Marino's strongest suit. This is just a women's event with the men's to come later. Imagine if they had a mixed medley relay. That's a possibility as well. At some stage for some competition somewhere. So let's go with this B final. Kosovo, Albania, Georgia, San Marino, Azerbaijan, Armenia on the outside.
On your marks.
Cyprus, of course, to come in the A final. 12 points clear of the rest. And a maximum of 16 available. So Cyprus looking very much strong to take the overall title. Let's have a look at these changeovers here. Ooh, tricky one there for Albania, but just about did what was needed. Trying to set a time, don't forget. And yeah, rather unusual at this point because you expect it to be a 4x1 and then it's a 200 and then a 300 meters, of course. Currently in now, and then a 401 lap to finish. So Georgia and Albania battling at the front. Some big gaps starting to open up here, with Azerbaijan in third place. Not much to separate these three nations. If it was Georgia, Armenia and Azerbaijan would be perfect for three neighbours right alongside one another geographically and in this race. So, yes, Georgia still getting that advantage initially. Oh, and the cost of an incoming runner with a nasty fall there. San Marino further back than expected, but perhaps, yes, just by nature of this event, Gasparelli, their fastest athlete on the first leg, they will then expect to fall further back. So Georgian athlete on this final leg has run really sensibly, pushed off hard in order to prevent Albania from having any sense that this is possible to chase down. Azerbaijan, and then looks like San Marino. And then Kosovo. So these teams all lower down the placing standings, but there's very, very little between them. Georgia come across the line first from Albania and Azerbaijan, 2:12:30 on the clock between Montenegro in 6th and San Marino in 9th in the overall standings. There are only 7.5 points. So across two events, very possible to see some change there. Both between Gasparelli and teammates.
Première course, deuxième place pour l'Albanie, troisième place pour la Géorgie. « 2 minutes 14 secondes 68 centièmes pour l'équipe d'Albanie.
Season's best throughout the field because it's probably the first time that they have done a medley relay this year. Quite impressive if any of the under-18 teams manage to do it, beating their senior side, and probably only what will be their second of the year. I imagine there are some nations that do have it as part of their national championships to some description. Full confirmed results. Or is it? Because it looked a different way by sight.
Et 2 minutes 12 secondes et 27 centièmes pour l'équipe d'Azerbaïdjan qui aura donc coupé cette ligne d'arrivée en premier.
Georgia leading pretty much all the way through, very close there, just Albania getting to the inside first. Feels like one you'd have to remind the athletes of the rules coming to the inside on that second leg to start off that 300 metres. Nice bit of sportsmanship there, the Armenian helping up the Kosovan. So for some reason, Albania showing as victors erroneously on that result.
Mais tout d'abord, ce sera la finale A du relais suédois dames.
Exactement, Franck, nous avons encore 6 nations qui seront représentées dans la prochaine course, dont la nation hôte de cette édition 2026.
So a final going off very shortly then with Iceland, Monaco, Malta, Cyprus, Moldova and Luxembourg. Placing table after 26 of 28 events. Well, the positions among the top three relatively secure in the placing table. 5 points between Malta and Luxembourg, but it would take quite a bit for Malta to finish 5 places ahead of Luxembourg. Very possible, but you know, they are both in the A final, which helps the cause of Malta to hold on, and sprints tend to be strong from a Maltese point of view, particularly the range that's available here and a pool of athletes they can pick from. Looks like Crystal Elsanet going to lead Monaco off, having got that long jump national record earlier. Claire Azzopardi. And then Pierre Parnis, her young colleague, Spiteri, and Charlotte Wingfield, a previous winner of the individual sprint titles, another of their Olympians. Azzopardi having a busy day today though. a couple of other long jumpers that they're able to bring into what is one of her favourite events. Top 3 performance individually and a chance of doing so again here. You would perhaps put Malta as a slight favourites here, depending on the quartet that Cyprus have brought out. So if they put out a strong one, then maybe you'd give them that tag. Yes, so both of the Fotopoulou sisters and Calliope Kunturi. So Cyprus, Malta, 1-2 would be my prediction. Let's wait and see how it pans out. Bergi, who was in the 400 hurdles at the start of the day, if I remember correctly, featuring again here. And Luxembourg, led off by Shaq, the B race winner of the 100. The new postal best 12:24.
On your marks.
Iceland, Monaco, Malta, Cyprus, Moldova and Luxembourg then in this medley relay, this initial leg here. Let's have a look. Iceland, Hafligadottir going very nicely on the inside there, so that's the 100 complete. Now onto the 200 and Fotopoulou into the lead and pushing away. So the individual winner now out front from Malta and Iceland and Luxembourg behind. Monaco trying to make a move, overtaking Luxembourg without Patricia van der Weken, of course, their world-class talent, but Olivia Fotopoulou pretty much is that. Cyprus, Malta, Iceland now clear 1, 2, 3 on this 300 metres. So 1 lap to finish after this. And Charlotte Wingfield then looking really strong down this home straight, trying to push on and claim victory here for Malta. Final women's event of the day. Cyprus against Malta all the way to the finish, it looks like. Monaco and Luxembourg still battling ahead of Moldova. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th pushing for every place, just like the European Team Championships. So 2 races to go after this one. And 1 left to be resolved in terms of those 28 events. And a full day's programme of action. Started off with a shot put this morning at 10 o'clock. Cyprus building this advantage over Malta in the women's medley relay now. Working hard all the way to the line here. This Cypriot team have been fantastic across track and field throughout the day and take victory in the women's relay. 2:07:32 on the clock. Malta second. Moldova it was 3rd in the end. It had been Iceland, so Moldova overtaking 3 teams in the last lap or so. Hugely impressive that. Calypso Stavru, who won her individual event. The Fotopoulou sisters did that too, as did Calliope Kunturi. So when you put 4, we really have a team that is going to be almost impossible to beat. So I think this is Philippa Fotopoulou to Olivia, her sister, and it's a 200-metre winner. Must be an unusual feeling to cross to the inside in a 200 metres. But look at this, Moldova in 6th place. Languishing a little bit further back as Charlotte Wingfield. Malta Hope overtaking Calliope Conturi, the one you'd expect to have more endurance, does more 400 races perhaps. Good to see Charlotte Wingfield though back in action. And Cyprus coming home here for the victory. Just confirming then, only just, there isn't much in it, but Cyprus, Malta, Moldova, the 1, 2, 3, because just having another look at that actually. Cyprus 2:07.28, Malta 2:10.24, and then Azerbaijan 2:12.27 get the bronze by winning that B race. Thousand meters then. Ariadna Fenes 16:55, beating her own national record by 19 seconds, we believe. Take the bronze for Andorra in the 5,000. Lydia Doughty with an overtake in the closing stage. Of course, Fenes had broken away and then come past Doughty. Did quite well to make the overtake later on. 16:54 for second place for Albania. Not forgetting that behind them, Sara Carnicelli of the Vatican City in 4th. But our victor, not quite as big a margin as the European Team Championships, where it's half a minute, but 14.5 seconds I make it for Luxembourg's Kimberly Chinfat. Enjoying this moment, competing for Luxembourg a little later in her career, but seems to be a great decision getting these 2 victories. Gold medal today, and we'll hear the national anthem once again of Luxembourg.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Luxembourg.
National anthem of Luxembourg here for Kimberly Chinfat winning the women's 5,000 metres. Men's relays on the way. So after 27 of 28 events, Cyprus have 15 medals, including 7 golds. And it means that in terms of that table at least, they cannot be caught. Luxembourg 5 golds, 9 medals ahead of Malta. So that second place in the medal table also cannot change. Malta with the 3 golds and 11 medals, so that could potentially change, but it would be something unlikely, such as a Montenegro victory in the men's relay. The placing table, Cyprus now 13 points ahead with 1 event to go. And pretty much, yes, secured as the champions here. As we have a look at Jill Weiferdink getting the men's 5,000 metre bronze medal. Time was 14:35. Fraction of a second behind Gabriel Farrugia. He was sprinting across the line, was the Luxembourg athlete, nearly caught the long-time leader Gabriel Farrugia of Malta. 14:35.15, and incredibly a second medal within the space of an hour, second gold medal in the space of an hour for the eventual victor. He'd already won the 1500 metres, Yevand Vichayan. So Mukachayan of Armenia presented the gold medal there by European Athletics President Dobromir Karamarinov.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you're able for the national anthem of Armenia.
So Yevand Vichayan completing this impressive double over 1,500 and 5,000 metres, but all the more impressive because they were so close together on the timetable, less than an hour between them. Just looking at the women's relay results from last time these championships were held, this exact event 2 years ago. Interesting that Cyprus finished second to Malta. Malta, who had half of the same team, and so too Cyprus, but Cyprus on that occasion were without the Fotopoulou sisters, but did have Calypso Stavro and Calliope Kunturi. Malta also having Claire Azzopardi and Charlotte Wingfield, but beating Malta by 9/10 of a second there.
L'heure de la finale B du relais suédois off. Au couloir numéro 1, l'équipe nationale du Kosovo.
So Gibraltar DNS here. On the inside in lane 1 are going to be Kosovo.
Au couloir numéro 2, l'équipe nationale.
North Macedonia. That's Avia, who was in the high jump, of course. Stoyovsky and Stefanovsky involved in their quartet as well. You'd expect to see, oh no, Sansevini in fact, for San Marino, their 100-metre winner. Molinari involved, who was also in that competition in the B race. final competition left to be settled, the men's relays then. Georgia perhaps bringing in some fresher legs here for this relay. And the teams on the outside then, lane 5 Azerbaijan. Azabadze, Asadli, Tagiev, Mamadov. Albania, are they going to have a Braj? Lakai, who was in the long jump, of course. Yes, Gibraltar DNS from lane 7. So let's get this one going. Just the 6 teams involved, and they're expecting 6 more in the A final. Not too many things can change at this point, but you have to remember that a maximum of 12 could be the difference. The first compared last place, or even a non-score. 12 teams involved, so confirms Cyprus as the champions.
Set.
Good start from San Marino on this first leg of this men's Swedish relay B final at the European Challenger Championships. Let's have a look at these changeovers. Oh, Albania dropping the baton there. So, yes, that could cost them. That's a DNF no score. So Georgia, it looks like, from San Marino, Azerbaijan, and Kosovo and Monaco fighting behind. Just the 5 teams left here. Don't forget, they're about to hand over here onto the 300-metre leg to complete this lap. So Georgia well away and clear. San Marino. No, it's actually North Macedonia, not Monaco, as I said. So Georgia from North Macedonia, from Armenia in the blue. In this penultimate race. So North Macedonia perhaps have their strongest 2 runners on those last 2 legs. The A final, the last piece of action to come after this. Good battle behind for second place. Georgia, Armenia, San Marino, Azerbaijan all fighting. So, comfortable victory here for North Macedonia. Avia following alongside on the infield section. 1:55.11 leaves us with 1 more race to come.
La victoire pour la Macédoine Nord, 1 minute 55 secondes et 8 centièmes. La deuxième place pour la Géorgie, 1 minute 56 secondes 71 centièmes. Et la troisième place pour Saint-Marin, 1 minute 57 secondes 64 centièmes. On le voit au ralenti sur les écrans, les passages de témoins qui se font à grande vitesse. Et puis surtout, bien sûr, lorsqu'on n'est pas en tête de course, eh bien, se frayer un chemin, ce qui n'est pas évident toujours pour les relais. Et vous les voyez, ils sont en train de faire une accélération en ligne droite opposée. Les derniers athlètes engagés dans ce championnat des petits États d'Europe ici en principauté de Monaco.
The 4 teams showing on that result graphic, so a bit of gremlins in the system at the moment. But we know there was a DNS for Gibraltar and DNF for Albania.
Bien sûr, après cette dernière course, nous aurons encore les cérémonies protocolaires, bien sûr, pour les relais suédois et d'autres cérémonies juste derrière.
So all comes down to this then, in terms of that last piece of action. Monaco, Iceland, Cyprus, Malta, Luxembourg, Moldova in this race. So let's introduce these teams then. So the athletes are out and ready for this relay. Tell you that Cyprus have had 15 podiums so far. Super impressive. 11 for Malta. And Luxembourg have had 8.
Le temps pour tous les athlètes de revenir au niveau du départ et bien sûr la présentation officielle de cette dernière course pour cette édition 2026. Vous le voyez au couloir numéro 1, l'équipe nationale de Monaco.
So Monaco on the inside then. Iceland alongside Mathrel, Brynjarsson, Bjarnason, Torarinsson.
Au couloir numéro 3, l'équipe nationale de Chypre.
Avgostinu, Bici, Vasileu. The first 3 legs for Cyprus.
L'équipe nationale de Malte.
El Adad Shafi, top 3 individually earlier on. Graham Pellegrini, individual winner in the 200s. Going to see him again.
Au couloir numéro 5.
Josta Johano, Valig Lassin for Luxembourg. Valig with, of course, 2 podiums so far individually. Top to the 3rd here. Doskalov, the jumper, leading off Moldova.
Vous le voyez, 6 équipes au départ de cette dernière course. Le relais suédois, messieurs, sous les ordres du starter.
On your marks.
Monaco, Iceland, Cyprus, Malta, Luxembourg and Moldova. The A final of the men's relay.
Set.
So medley style once again with this 100-metre leg, and a good start there for Monaco right on the inside in the red vest. Let's have a look at these changeovers. Albania, of course, crashing out just a moment ago. Malta bursting into the lead here with the individual 200 winner, Graham Pellegrini, it looks like. Moldova in second place. They're pushing, obviously, to get into the top 3 if they can. It's a bit of a tall order. Battling behind between the likes of Cyprus and Luxembourg onto this 300-metre leg. Slightly laboured changeovers there. And allows Moldova into the lead ahead of Malta, and then they're all closing up behind. So the Moldovans in the blue, Malta in red and white. This is the fight further behind between Luxembourg and Monaco. So these small nations have plenty of big fight left in them. Here we go. One final leg. One lap of the track. Can Moldova hang on? looking, of course, for their first victory of these championships of the day. Mardale was the big favourite in the javelin, but came second. So here, right at the end, this is their last chance to take the top step of the podium. So everyone should be willing them on now, really, given how widely the victories have been spread among all of the nations here. Luxembourg looking like they're trying to challenge Malta for second place here. Cyprus, the champions overall, are back in fourth. So Moldova coming through in this last piece of action. What a battle behind Cyprus, Luxembourg, Malta behind Moldova. 152.68. And the Moldovans do get a victory at these championships, which is fantastic to see. The very end of the day's action. 152.65 from Cyprus. What a late finish that was. 154.35. Moldova, they need to score 9 more points, I think it is, or 10 more points more than Luxembourg, who have 5 victories. Yes, it would have been 10 because of countback. But in any case, they make sure they get a victory. I think Iceland, Azerbaijan, Andorra and Kosovo, the only teams that didn't get a victory. So 11 out of 15 is still very impressive, and Iceland not at full strength, and they would have, I'm sure, known that coming in to expect perhaps not the strongest performance overall. Oh, goodness me, and that is the outgoing Monaco runner crashing into the Maltese athlete. So there's a possibility we could see Malta not scoring. I don't know. It's the end of the competition of a long day's action. Would you get a DQ there? Certainly always one for the incoming runner to get out the way after handing over that baton. Added to the drama nonetheless. Moldova, Cyprus, Luxembourg, the top 3 across the line here in the final piece of action. And yes, Cyprus already confirmed as champions, and what we can say, the exact wording would be that Cyprus, winners of a Small States of Europe Championship for the 3rd consecutive occasion. 2024 for this event, 2025 Games of the Small States of Europe multi-sport competition, and then here renamed European Challenger Championships. Before that in 2023 it was Malta winning on home soil at the Games of the Small States of Europe. Again, another edition of the multi-sport competition. Malta with 15 golds on that occasion. Cyprus with still a very strong performance to win overall, and yes, as we've been saying, no one has matched them in terms of podium finishes. No one has come close. To have 15 podium finishes and make that 16 with the last event, it looks like that is looks like 5 more than anybody else.
Of the Monaco Athletics Federation. Bronze medalist representing Azerbaijan. Médaille de bronze, l'équipe nationale d'Azerbaïdjan.
So Azerbaijan, you can see there the full set of athletes following the Swedish medley relay, getting the bronze there by winning the B race. All about the time. In fact, I should check the men's times. They are all faster in the A race than the winner of the B race in North Macedonia. Yeah, very happy looking Azerbaijani quartet. And Malta getting the silver. And the final piece of women's action. A final victory for Cyprus, of course. Fotopoulou sisters involved there. So we'll let these medal presentations continue and play out as we have been very diligent at showing them through the day, which has been great to see everyone's emotions when receiving their medals, and great to see His Serene Highness Prince Albert II of Monaco involved as well, along with the likes of Dobromir Karamanov. Cyprus here winning the women's relay, confirmed as the champions. As I say, that's 3 years in a row for small states of Europe athletics competitions. Malta, cannot be caught, it appears, coming into that final event, and did get points there. Same with Luxembourg, despite Moldova winning there. So Cyprus, Malta, Luxembourg, the top 3 in the placing table, and then in the medals table, Luxembourg with more gold medals than Malta. So they swap Cyprus, Luxembourg, and then Malta. But the team on top of that, there is no question. Well done to Cyprus. Hope you enjoy watching the rest of these medal ceremonies. Thanks for enjoying the coverage, and good night.
For the national anthem of Cyprus.
Et on va rester en format protocolaire, puisque ces dames vont laisser place aux messieurs également pour le relais suédois. Allez, chers amis, on peut débuter. Alors on va pouvoir passer en phase protocolaire pour la remise des dernières récompenses pour le relais suédois masculin. Je vous demande d'accueillir le président de l'association des petits États d'Europe, Monsieur Franck Carreras.
Ladies and gentlemen, victory ceremony of the Swedish relay band. The medal will be presented by Mr. Frank Carreras, President of the Small States Association.
Arrive en troisième position pour la médaille de bronze l'équipe du Luxembourg.
Bronze medalist, Luxembourg.
En deuxième position, les médaillés d'argent, l'équipe nationale de Chypre.
Silver medalist, Cyprus.